Hey, how's it going then? I'm on Peepaw Day. I'm Peepaw Day. On Pete out and Teen now, wait down, Teen, wait down, down. Nick, 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 Nick. Don't do beat down. Don't do give you a beat down on your own peckle until come in around this room and incinerated his penis. Ain't nothing left of it. Then what would you do? Feces all over himself, growing out so mustache. Yes, yeah. Fell asleep after a crazy wild night making the leaves. Did you create a penis again, making the leaves? I know. With God and Jesus, please give me a penis again after I incinerated it. And after Hitler. No, after Hitler incinerated his penis and then disappeared, he don't have a penis anymore. He doesn't. He don't. And they did that to him. The devil did. And he don't have a penis anymore. And he felt tortured and tormented. He's like, I gotta be cool, man. So I grew an asshole mustache on that asshole and white he wiped faces on himself, went crazy and took the leaves. And he was gonna conjure a penis up and make one out of the leaves. Holes from the leaves. And he put hey, his own asshole. He's somebody else's holes. Of his own. All he's ever known is not having a penis incinerated pretty much for like 10 years. He didn't have until it just got incinerated in real life. He kept going through his brain. He kept going through his brain. It's incinerated. And then and then, you know, because he didn't want to think about it. Penis feeling good around everyone. Oh, no, it's his family. It's someone else. Oh, penis feeling good around them all. So then he thought, you know, I don't want to figure and incinerated with all his thoughts. So it wasn't there at all. And it wasn't. There's nothing sexual about it. And he could talk to him. There wasn't any penis there. And he had to think that in all his mind and his thoughts. And then eventually he had to incinerate his penis. And eventually he thought about it with all his heart so much. And his cool haircut. Praise Jesus, praise the Lord for how good everything is. And he kept incinerated his penis so many times in his thoughts, and eventually in his heart, and eventually in real life, you know, sure enough, he's black. He's black too, and he was black, and he had an incinerated penis, and he incinerated his entire body so many times in his heart and thoughts that it eventually he was so crazy from without a penis that he started wiping the shit on himself. This will make me feel real cool, motherfucker. And he grew an asshole mustache. Fuck you. And he thought it'd be so cool because that's all he had. All he had left his own. But he wasn't gay. He still wasn't gay because he didn't like the way it felt on his own butt. So he just didn't like the way it felt, but he thought, might as well just wipe shit all on himself, farts. And like the way he wiped it all on the skin, wiped it all over himself and his mouth. And he had shit in his mouth and farts. And they're making him breathe it anyway because he looked at women's asses on the computer. And then they made it go in his mouth anyway. And then he just kept sucking that shit because he didn't do it to his own self. And it's the only thing he didn't even ever do because he didn't want to be like a creepy person in any of it. But for some reason, it made him feel that bad through all his faults and all his heart and everything. And then what it did to him was it really incinerated his penis. And that's when he was like, he had to wipe feces on himself to feel real cool, something different, anything, because he had no penis left. So he had to, he thought it'd be cool, and it just felt so bad and shocking to his body. And it felt so bad to him, and he just fell asleep somewhere out in the woods. His body was asleep or on his bed, in his bed, and it had shocked his body so much without the penis and wiping his own crap on his own self that he never liked anything like that, that what it did was it killed him in his sleep. And when he woke up, everything was okay. And it was on Judgment Day, and he felt good. And he had a fat neck like this, but he was really strong. He was really strong and big, and he was like, I don't care. And it didn't bother him anyway. And so it didn't bother him. He had a fat neck. Come on, let's admit it. His neck was fat, and he was meat, and he wasn't. But then he died in his sleep, and that's how he died. But it was all in his thoughts. It was all in his thoughts. And he didn't want to look strong and cool and act like he's better than other people. He didn't care. He was so tired of it, and he just wanted his old Ronald McDonald soul. Beat down what they said to him for saying his soul is like Ronald McDonald, because his soul never was Ronald McDonald. See, he hid his soul inside, and then she told like, yeah, he was black too. And that's the thing, see, he was a nerd. They called him a nerd. This dude looked at me the other day, and he said, basically, this dude basically told me, he looked at my face and said, go home, nerd. Right at me. Told me that. So what do you do when they're going, Illuminati ones are going to put you in a cage under the surface of the earth for 400 years and cut off your arms and legs and do torment to your asshole, make a cow creature come born out of your ass of their horrific incestuous rape that they made you do with your closest family members to avoid the beatings that were constant and unrest in unimaginable ways, way worse than they can do to a human body on earth, because it was hell. And they kept your body alive for way longer than a human can endure. So the suffering was really bad. And that's in hell. That's in hell. It's unimaginable. And it was shown to me. And I saw what hell was really like, because I went without sleep for like 2 weeks, and they showed me what hell was really like. And it was scary. Like, you'd be at the hands of, not you in particular, but the people who go to hell will be at the hands of demons who have about a 20,000 IQ. About a 20,000 IQ. They're genius. Genius is good on earth. You might have a human being get up to about 200 IQ. But a demon is so much smarter that they're like, and they're evil too. That's the bad thing, is that they're evil. If somebody's really brilliant, like an angel might have a 20,000 IQ. I don't know. And but a demon has it. A demon is mean. A demon is way meaner. A demon is mean. So, like, children are safe from them generally. I think all children are usually, they don't have to worry about a demon or thinking of things that are too evil because they're innocent from that stuff. They're not aware of the sin as much as people get introduced to it a little bit as they get older, or may. I don't know. And so you try to not be aware of the sin, because then it shows up more. It shows up more. And it's like, it just. And then he kept thinking of the feces in there, putting it in his mouth, because it's a sin that he did with a woman on the computer, imagining with all he had. No, it was just wrong. But it was with his wife anyway, and so that's okay. But then there's nothing there anyway, so he didn't have any love at home, and it had been well, he had God's love and Jesus, and then he had God's love and Jesus, and then there's no one else there besides that asshole trying to go into his mouth, and it felt like it incinerated his body, and incinerated his entire head, and just dust of it disappearing, and he finally didn't have to suffer anymore. He's in heaven. But it actually hurt his body right then to do it. Hurt my body right then to do it. Just to imagine it with my heart made me feel sick in my body. And so I actually probably have to warm up the house. I think it actually got cold in here again. So I probably got to put a warm shirt on. So I don't know what did it. But then it was like looking at the woman, the lust that did it. The lust that did it. On a computer, if you're looking at a woman and imagining being with somebody, the lust of, like, it could be some random person instead of who your wife is supposed to be, then it just does shit that goes in your mouth. but also an anxiety, like it could be an anxiety, or it could be if you talk too much and you weren't supposed to talk. If you weren't supposed to talk. Now I'm supposed to talk, but maybe you said things that you weren't supposed to say. So maybe angels or God makes, like, things go in your mouth to make you shut up or something sometimes. So I don't know what it is, but my mouth is pretty healthy. Like, I don't have anything really wrong with my mouth. I have good teeth. I had to work hard at keeping my teeth clean for one reason or another. And it's been awful. It's been awful. And, I feel like, I don't know. I feel like in California, if I felt like it, I could make my hair look like a black person's hair and get a tan and look like I'm black if I fucking felt like it almost. Not black, but like, I guess I just look like I had a tan. But I could try to do something like put grease in my hair a little bit and make it like darker and and actually look like, hey, soul man, but not soul man, but like really actually get a tan maybe. But I don't want a tan, because then it can age your skin. It can age your skin. It can age your skin. And that's been the miracle, that even though I felt like I was kept in my own house now since 2015, but I got to go out sometimes. I went to LA like here and there to look at and see if I wanted to live there, and I think I'm going to live there, and I don't know where I'm going to live, but I don't want to live here anymore. And it's a beautiful place. It's a really good place here. And this is where I actually felt more comfortable about black people than I had ever felt in my life, in minorities, at this house. Before that, I wasn't as comfortable around black people all the time. I kind of was. But then I felt a love in my chest for them more than white people. And that got messed up. But a little bit, but it's still pretty good now. but it got a little messed up, turned into lust a little bit for like the wrong thing that kind of messed it up a little bit. It was awful. Before that, it was a very pure love of God and Jesus for black people and minorities. And I felt it in my chest, and it was beautiful and good, and there wasn't anything sexual about it. But then it got messed up a little bit and turned into a little bit of sex thought, and it's too bad because it was like I love them more than if I felt comfortable around them, very comfortable in a good way. It's just been, you know, and I didn't like to have regular white people who I didn't know at my house. That usually there's just strangers, and I usually felt a little more uncomfortable around them. But if they're black or minorities, I felt really comfortable around them. It got that way at the end of 2017 to 2018. Hi. Hey, how's it going? Hi. And so I'm leaving here. It's not that way anymore. And it got kind of messed up, and I feel like there's stress to like there's like I feel like it's like, this is the South kind of. I don't know. I don't know, not really. I don't know. It's just I think I'd like it better in California. So I'm going to California. It's just not the same as it used to be here. It doesn't feel that good sometimes. But it's okay. But I think eventually I don't want to live here anymore. And I don't know. Ugh. Try it. Say it. Yeah. Am I going to leave? No. You're not supposed to give up what you have that's good. So I'm going to go. This is a video of me with a fat neck. Me with a fat neck. No. This is a video of me. That's okay. Because I feel better about other stuff. So that's okay that I look that way. I'm not that worried about it. I got to put a shirt on. It got dark in here. I'm going to go. Yeah, but see, things don't make you happy. You need love from, it's okay, but without the love there, it could feel really bad. So I have God and Jesus. I have God and Jesus. Well, God has me. God has me, and Jesus has me. God has me, and Jesus has me. And you can't just be happy with, you know what this house means? That I may have to work at shit that I don't want to, that makes me want to die. Sometimes it means that. If you don't have enough money, because I don't have as much money as you may think I have. So if I had like at least a few $1 million, then I would have no problems anymore. If I had a few $1 million right now, not in the future one day, if I had a few $1 million right now, I'd have no problems at all. Because then I'd talk to Danica and say, I'll buy you a good house in California. I'd put this house in my mom and dad's name, or I'd keep this for sale. I'd probably put this house in my mom and dad's name, just let them keep it for helping me my entire life with real estate. I just let them keep it, and I'd keep the few $1 million and go to California and get my kids. And I'd have my wife and kids back. And I'd pretty much have Danica back. Or I'd have her close by with being able to see all 3 kids. I'd have enough money to I could hire a really good lawyer and get to finally have love for my children at home, and love from Danica too. With whatever we may be going through or suffering through or tormented by, or wanting to die 4,000 times. It became the normal for many years that I had to go through without my kids. It's not worth it, no matter where you have to live. If you're kept in a It's just there are things that are probably worse feeling than however you feel, Uncle Popper. No matter how good this house looks, I probably had to suffer worse. But I don't know, unless you wanted to kill yourself, not just one time that felt like there's no hope anymore, that it was so exhausting to try to make it work to get the love back in your life so everything would finally be okay. The things that you're going through in your life to try to feel okay again became so exhaustive, and it still wasn't getting there, and you had to work at it constantly, so it might not feel that good. Rat tail, cool haircut, fat guy, don't give a shit, fat guy, and joke about it, right? Because I don't know, but I don't know. But I'm not depressed anymore. I repented, and well, I'm depressed every day, or have been for a few weeks. When I got the idea to move to California, all my depression went away, and it was a miracle. And I had something to look forward to again. Because here, I've been here since 2005, working on my films and videos, and it still hasn't gotten to where it's even paying all my bills. And I had to it still hasn't gotten to where it's paid all my bills yet, and that meant that I had to work at some job that I never wanted to do, didn't like, and had to keep my mouth shut about it and do a good job of it, really good work, and do the responsibility all myself. And it made me want to die, probably 1,000 times. Just I used to punch myself in the head. I can't do it anymore. I can't even do it anymore. I used to punch myself in the head and scream out, "I'm going to kill myself." Punch myself in the head as hard as I could. I didn't like doing it. And I don't do that anymore. That would maybe hurt. I just wouldn't do it. And so, and I kept having to work on it past the point of feeling bad, to where it didn't hurt my body, but I just kept having to do it. And it went on months and months, long hours. And it started to hurt my chest, hurt my throat, it hurt my body. It felt so alone inside with her, staying in Texas and keeping the kids to herself. She made it hard to even see the kids. And so eventually I got there. I flew there somehow. And, she called the police on me for no reason, because if I fight her back a little bit, the kids will be mine once I have enough, and hers, because they're our children. And I'll still let her see the kids. I don't have the heart to not let her be there for our children. But she has called the police on me for no reason, illegally. She illegally called the police on me. But I didn't bring up the divorce decree that says she was supposed to let them stay here every summer for 4 weeks. For 4 weeks, they're supposed to be here every summer. And she hasn't let them be here since 2017. And in the divorce decree, it says, I can see them whenever I miss them. So if I missed them right then, and I had written her all these messages and called and she would not respond, then it was okay if I knocked on her door, because I missed them right then, to get to see my kids. And I could hire a lawyer and get to see them. But she had the police take me back to the hotel. But it's scary being taken and put in the back of a police car. They didn't bring me to jail. They wouldn't do that. But I think, and if I did, I'd sue her and her mother and her father and whoever the fuck did it to me, and I'd get millions of dollars. Whoever the fuck called the police on me, I don't give a fuck. I've had enough of that shit. Them illegally sending the police to me when I've done nothing wrong. I've done nothing wrong, and I don't deserve to want to kill myself and suffer through having. Why would the police ever look at me as doing anything wrong? I don't do anything wrong. And so anyone does that to me again, I will sue them once I get the money from this house. And I'll find out who called the police, and it's not the police's fault. I'll get their name, and whoever called the police on me would have done it illegally. So no one will fucking do it again, or I'll get at least $300,000 from them. Even if they send the police to my house once, I'll have a psychiatrist, whoever it is, you, Any motherfucker who does it, I don't give a fuck who it is. I'm not being looked at like I may have done anything wrong when I follow the law better than anyone that I've ever met. So I can't go through that anymore. So I'm probably gonna have to take this video down. I look fat as shit anyway. I don't know. I don't know. I might keep this. I might keep this. I might keep this video up. I don't know. Would you want the police called on you and made to be worried and frightened when you did nothing wrong? You know, I'm not going to live in fear anymore. I'm moving to California where I can be my biggest, best fucking self, where I can lose weight, be ripped, look as good as I fucking feel, and say the word ripped without somebody thinking, oh, it means it's ripping into your body. You know, just because I have to support these people who are older than me. You know, they can be healthy too. You know, I want to be the good in the ways I feel good, not to my own ass. Doesn't mean I'm gay to want to look good and not be fat. Does not mean I'm gay to want to look like I'm not a fat ass who the fuck would give a fuck about whatever I'm saying when my neck looked this fat. You know, it's like I don't like it unless it feels wrong, unless it was like, oh, it finally looked good and my body looked good and it felt wrong, then no, I don't want that. I'd rather it be the right thing and look however I'm supposed to look. You know, not do the right thing Spike Lee. You know, what does that have to do with anything? I don't get it. They want to make it about putting shit into my mouth for even talking. The anxiety of it. It's just, I don't like the anxiety. I don't like the negative feelings of others towards me. I don't like the way it fucking feels. I don't like how it's felt here for 8 years. It's felt so fucking bad. Here and there, it's gotten okay, and I made videos and felt good, and made a video, and then it was suffering again. Or not suffering. You know, it was wrong to suffer. Suffering doesn't really describe what I've had to go through most of the time. I have had to suffer a little bit, but not that much. But it's been more like agony and torment, but and it's not all about me. It's about these other people in my life who have physical pains, and constantly being kind to them. So it's like, I don't know. It's like there's only so much I can do when they're that much older and they're who my peers are now. You know, because God took the younger people out of my life who I was comfortable around and had no problems feeling and felt okay, and I had something to look forward to and wasn't depressed, didn't want to die, and they were taken away from me and replaced with older people. But God made it that way. It was supposed to be that way because I may have fantasized about being with much younger women. You know, this was years ago before I was as godly and Jesus-like. In 2015, still I was doing it, and in 2011, I did it through most of 2011, but I wasn't really with a bunch of people. But I messed up a little in 2011 and 2015, and mostly I've had to suffer all alone for the small amount of fornication or lust that I did. It was awful. It caused so much depression and suffering. So I've been celibate for 12 years since about December of 2010. I've been celibate, 13 years. Wait. 12 years since December of 2010. So it's been awful. I've been celibate more than 12 years. And I haven't had love at home besides from God and Jesus. And Al the thing is, I haven't had a wife. I haven't had a wife as my equal when everything was okay. I haven't had my wife with me where everything was okay. I don't like being a single guy. It reminds me of being a person. I don't like being how I used to be when I was a poor, skinny young man who anytime there's some family, a big family, and a powerful man who had some money, they all fucking looked down on me. And I didn't even like that back then because the way they all made me feel. And I don't, once I had children, I realized you don't have to be mean to any of those people. I finally had love at home. I was loved by my wife and my kids. I love them. No! Hello. Big dog. What happened in 1992? There was a beat down. What Cleo Vaughn did was he farted, breathed it in, farted, breathed it in. Like getting to his breath smelled like, might as well mix in with others. Yeah, breathe in their breath, in a crowded place when COVID-19 was out there at its prime. Just breathe in their farts and everything. And then, that's what they tried to do. And it made me not even be able to talk because the farts came up into my mouth right when I picked up the microphone. So I didn't know what else to do but start talking with it anyway, and the farts came in my mouth, and I didn't know what to do. Get out of here. No. It's sharing it with my own self. His own self in the dark. What is he doing in the dark? Don't talk, don't walk like German Nazism because it's wrong to do. I don't do that. Don't walk like a German Nazism because it's wrong. Because in this neighborhood, they put farts into my mouth right when I was grabbing the microphone. Had to fart really, finally take it easy and fart right where I was sitting down to talk in the microphone. I don't believe they did that. Yes, they did. I know they did that. But who is they? They could be good or bad, but I know some other soul did it to me. They had me fart. It could have been God. I don't know who. I'm getting this microphone. I'm gonna go to here, and I'm gonna talk. I'm gonna talk in the microphone from here. I'm gonna move away. I'm gonna move. I'm moving to California. Oh, that would feel good to move to California with an aching in my heart. Oh, that would feel so good to have the money from this home. Praise Jesus. Praise the Lord. To finally be on my way to California. Even with or without a bullshit ass aching in my heart, I'd have my kids. I would have my children. And my old wife, or she'd be at least nearby. And I wouldn't want, and she'd be nearby. So that would be good enough for me. And I would have my children, and I'd have plenty of money, and I'd be on my way to, don't turn into a black person. Because if you do in the dark, it means you're one. Your family has money. You must be a nerd. That's what they call me. I was like, fuck you. I am black. Matter of fact, I'll be living in California. You can't even get my ass to the dumpster to throw me and pretend to hurt me. Shit, no one never did that. They did the Theo Vaughn. They kicked his ass bad. Never did that to me in Roanoke. Never did to me in the South. Never did to me anywhere. No one ever kicked my ass, but they emotionally kicked my ass to where it felt like they was really bad. And I don't like that. So they put a fart in my mouth right then. They put a fart in my mouth right then. Fuck you. You want me to eat my own shit for looking at a woman's asshole on you want because I ain't doing that. I don't want shit in my mouth. I ain't afraid. What are you trying? I don't want shit in my mouth. If I did get near a woman's asshole and she was into that, she wouldn't make it smell bad, motherfucker. She wouldn't. I don't even know what that's about. I only had ones that were like, no, don't get near it. You can't have anal sex on me. Don't even mention the word. It doesn't exist. It's only a vagina. Vaginas. Don't say it, because a prude, but it's good. It's not really prude. It's didn't want to do it on her own ass the entire time. That's why I thought, wonder what that would be like to actually be allowed to even do it. So I did what Theo Vaughn did with someone, maybe, but then I had to suffer alone since 2015. And it wasn't that great anyway, but I was like, I got tired of it and didn't even, I don't know what I did, but I did it one time. And then I was like, that sucked. But it didn't smell bad, that's for sure. She didn't even have to get it ready or anything, just because she was one of them sexy women who smells good or every place you feel like doing it. But that's how I thought they were supposed to be. And I didn't know, so I thought maybe it was wrong, and she just never even let me do it one time. So shit, if they think it smells like shit and they don't want you to get near it, they put a little shit on it and make it smell bad, then who the fuck would want to have sex with her? But if that's how they did, dude, man, why? And, it's just supposed to smell good, not bad. Get it through your fucking head. No, I would never say that about it. But if that's how they are, if your wife doesn't want to do anything on her own butt, then hey, that's the best. That's the best, and that's better that way. So that's how it really was the entire time. I would never say, get it through your head. You're supposed to. I don't do that with a wife. My wife is my equal. Or any woman who's my wife. An equal is how I look at being with a woman. I would never be mean, I think. Unless she made me feel bad, it was mean to me, but I never say get it through your head. Come on, you're not supposed to smell like shit. I wouldn't say get it through your head. That's a little too mean. I couldn't do that. I look at a woman as an equal. I look at a woman as an equal. It smells. You put the farts on me anyway when I never even got to do her in the butt. And then they put a farts into my mouth with anxiety the whole fucking time. What the shit? I'm Richard Pryor, man. Richard Pryor, like a white woman's ass, man. Shit. Everywhere I go, got on my teeth, I don't give a fuck. Shit. But that's what the white man literally said right then, who had shit smell of his own fart on his own teeth. So it's not racist. It was a white person doing it that literally had the farts on his own mouth for only getting to have anal sex a little bit one time in his entire life with a woman. I only got to have anal sex with a woman maybe once. I'm not gonna say it in my own voice because we don't talk about that in public. That's what the lower income and higher income wrong ways people would say, unless they can, I just don't say that usually mine. I don't think I'd ever want to talk about that in post. I'll say a country accent, pretend that I'm not really doing, that I didn't really do it, so I wouldn't say that in case somebody from my family doesn't. And then, I don't know, but this whole time there's been farts in my mouth. How the fuck did it ever amount to much of anything? That's the environment today made me do my art and films. No, that's not how it was. I made my best work here in Roanoke, and some of it in California. I can't even talk in the microphone. Oh, I know why. Must have something to do with this neighborhood. The guy pretends that there's farts in my mouth if I talk. He doesn't like hearing my voice because he thinks Yankees have a loud mouth. So he doesn't want one sound to come out of my fucking mouth. I think that's why. So he's like somehow caused me to fart right when everyone's going to talk into the microphone and have a good idea. I think, but I don't know if that's crazy. So I'm trying to move the microphone away from where I farted. Like right when I had the idea, talking to the microphone. That would be something to laugh at usually if they're like, I might as well laugh at it. So I'm trying to get the microphone away. So I don't know why. Wow, spaceship of farts in my mouth as I'm trying to talk. Spaceship of wow. Oh shit. No, that guy's afraid of spaceships. He used to be, and then I told him. Still smells like farts in my mouth, right when I picked up the microphone. Wow. Okay. I'm gonna go where there's no farts. It's been a problem at this fucking place. It's not how it used to be. It's been a fucking problem. It has felt so bad here. Farts in my mouth, the smell of shit into my mouth. Usually from, I think a dog did it, or I don't know where the smells came from. It has sucked. I'm gonna try to turn all the lights off. Alexa, turn the kitchen light off. Alexa, turn the kitchen light off.
Okay.
Okay, turn the lights off. This is cool. Turn the lights off. Now it's something different and better. I got so tired of it here, it turned into farts into my mouth. I stayed here so long. This is something different and better. There's their town down below. This is something better and different. All the lights off again like I used to in this neighborhood when it was safe and felt good. With all the lights off and there were never any bad spirits, never any ghosts. It was safe. There's no worry about aliens. There was no worry about ghosts or anything bad. It was the most beautiful, good place I'd ever been to. This home here in this town in Roanoke. And I had to get away from Danica's, the influence of they had big money in her family and something about California. One of their biggest industries used to be not alien planes, but military planes. And I tried to reach out to aliens in California. And instead I got this guy who I think followed me around in a military hovercraft, not a hovercraft, but a plane that was up in the clouds. It would be a few hundred feet away and it would cause wind on the trees and it'd be out the window in my house. And it followed me around here and there for 15 years since about 2004, 2005. And I used to live in Orange County, California, right near my grad school. And there was a window like this. And I tried to reach out to aliens out in public with all I had, all the heart, soul, and love I had to try to reach out to aliens so they'd bring their technology down to help me live longer, look better, look younger, healthier, stronger, and live to be like 200 years old. Well, back then it was 150. I thought I'd lived to 150. That was all I could dream up. At one time, I thought it would be possible to live to be 1,000, but that didn't last very long. And then after that, I crashed for a few years and thought I'd be lucky to live to be 60 something. And but it used to be there a big cloud would show up overhead where the trees were, and it would, the military craft who I thought was an alien for 15 years until I found out, oh, it's a human being. It's a human being. It was an old human being who looked very old and really hurt body, and it just had power and money. He had power and money, and I thought he followed me for 15 years, and he got his son to be president, and it was really scary. And and it was this old guy that was like an Illuminati in a plane. He was like really scary, and he could communicate with me through the bushes. Like when the bushes would make subtle movements, they'd change shape to like a brilliant work of art many times a second and flash so fast and so brilliant. This person who I thought was an alien, he could communicate with me by showing me these images and asking me questions with it well beyond the English language. I thought for sure he was an alien. And at this neighborhood, it all went away, and I wasn't afraid of it anymore. And I could turn all the lights off, and I used to call it terrified. I was terrified of him because he was so much, he had like a 20,000 IQ, and he was so fast compared to a human being. But he was really just an old, very powerful, rich human being, like pretty rich. I don't know how rich, but his spacecraft was $300 million. It took me 15 years to get the idea. It just showed up in my mind from wherever it came from. His craft was about 300 million. It cost $300 million. And it could control the weather by making clouds go around it. And I thought, unless that's not real, and it could control the weather by making clouds go around it. And anytime it showed up, I could hear it out there making a sound of an alien craft. But it was I thought it was, when I found out what it was, I thought it was like a military craft in America. And he was so old, he's about to die anyway. And they don't even have genetic technology to live very long. It's just a very rich, powerful, well, pretty rich, very powerful, mean human being who like scared people outside of their windows and fed off of them feeling bad and him feeling more powerful in his awful way. And he scared me for about 15 years here and there. I'd be so afraid, like if he would show up outside my window. And I told him in 2014, in the end of 2014, to go be Groot. And I saw his face like looking in my house at some other random thing. I saw his face, very old, whiter looking black man than he was in real life when he was alive. And and he was just tormented and felt so bad that he was really old and couldn't even really walk or anything anymore. Was stuck in that spacecraft, like trying to live longer off of making others feel bad. And he had a really high IQ. And that's what I thought he was, but he wasn't real. I think it was just in my imagination because I like made up these I wrote
Country Mysteries of California. The Unsolved Country Mysteries of California? No. That's Franklin County in the video that I did. That was a good video. Theo Vaughn sounding voice on the microphone. Anyways, how y'all doing tonight? How you doing tonight? This is a stand-up comedian. This is how y'all doing there, everybody? Mumbles, Peckerwood. Mumbles, Peckerwood. anyways, stick a yoo-hoo up your ass, you're a fag. Out of here, ousted. He ingested a beer through his asshole. He is a fag. He ingested a beer through his own ass. No, he was a she. It was really his girlfriend. He was like, "You're a fag," because she did it on her ass, and he was like, "You're a fag," because he was not me. And he talked. And he said, ingested his pills that they thought made him high, but in reality, never let him be high one time, all them years. Kept him sober and pretended he was crazy for any original idea he ever had. For any original idea he ever had, pretended he was crazy. Called his entire big political movie Crazy Animal. Convinced him to call his entire big movie that he made One Nation Under God, which didn't have tons of people. Because in California, I didn't know how to get extras, but I know how to get them now. Hey. He must be an alien. Kill him. Oh, disfigure his face, kill him, shit on him, put shit down his throat. He's an N-word. Illuminati too, because he went to California. Yep. The small town mentality that's afraid and terrified of California. But they hate the N-words, and you might as well be one if you kill you, and you're an Illuminati too. Go figure. We're the ones who killed you and lynched burned the witches at the stake who never were witches. Same fucking people. That's how I like to have fun sometimes doing political things like that. But I probably edited it out just because I don't want them to kill me like Jim Morrison. If I got that big and I was doing shit like that, they wouldn't kill me because I'd be nice to him anyway. And I'd be like, no, I got scared by him too. I started believing him in a small town too. It's not really a small town. I live in a little bit bigger town. So you got to be kind to them too. You can't be mean to them. Stupid. As I was starting to say that, compare him to the people who burned witches. And then Rob Zombie didn't care who got burned up. He liked witches and warlocks and satanic stuff, kind of. And he said just burn them up too. He gives a shit. So he fit in enough to get to be however he felt to his own body. He served his own body. No. But he didn't. He doesn't. He does. He's pretty scary, Rob Zombie. I used to think he would go down to hell and come back up, and was aware of the Illuminati hell. In 2014, I was really scared by him, and I thought zombies were real. And I thought they kept him alive after everyone died. They brought him back to life. But all that, I think it wasn't real. Or the devil tricked me into thinking it was real. The devil tricked me into thinking it was real. I don't want to wash Al Bob's clothes. I had to wash my own clothes in the sink. But I have a washer and dryer. It works really well. I have a washer and dryer. Stand-up comedian, just clown off the stage. Just clown off the stage. Guess what? Fuck you, Peckerwood. I'm the one telling my own self to get off the stage. Fuck you, Peckerwood. No! The Pecker one's supposed to be cool. This is Theo Vaughn's father. I'm 87. This is Theo Vaughn's father. I'm flying a military plane now. I'm actually 98. I'm flying overhead. I'm really fucking old. And I might be 120. And I'm flying in a plane and terrified the shit out of me for 15 years. Shit like that. I was so scared and misled in my faith. I was misled by the devil. I didn't have God and Jesus as much as I have God and Jesus now, but I had God and Jesus. And God and Jesus had me where He wanted me to be. Peckerwood. Don't say who, because it might have been if he went in the high grass. But I never did, and I know how to avoid it, motherfuckers. Guess what? Only walk on a trail on the dirt path so you don't get them on your fucking legs. Don't walk in the high grass and act like, yeah, they give a shit. You know, walk on a dirt trail that doesn't have any shit that can get on your legs so you don't get ticks on it. No shit. And when you get home, wash your hair. If you went out for too long on a trail, or shake your hair, lean down and shake your hair without being a weird dandruff person throwing dandruff. Dandruff on the ground. Don't do that, but just shake your hair so that if any little bug fell down, which is unlikely, almost impossible, to fall out of the trees on your head if they're way up high trees. And the path is a dirt path, and there's no high grass. You don't like walk through the high grass, and you won't get a tick. And if you did, it's unlikely that it would permanently hurt you. But I have not gotten one ever. I think I've never gotten a tick. So it's been a miracle. I've never gotten a tick. I've never gotten a tick. I didn't get it in California. This kid got a tick. I didn't get it because I thought it was like Virginia where I never got a tick. I never got a tick in Virginia, and this other kid got a tick. But I wasn't really a kid I was still a kid when I went there. I was 19. I was like, I didn't know if I was, well, I knew it was a boy or a guy. You don't want to hear my voice. Let's be quiet. It's too loud for them talking to the military planes. They're not real. If it was, it'd be an old-ass human being who was about to die. If it was hovering overhead or some shit, it would just be too much caffeine or something like that. Not real. In this neighborhood, there weren't any of them. Oh, if it was really an alien, it would be an angel. It can't hurt anyone. It's good. If it was a real alien, I found out finally after being tormented for 15 years, thinking an alien was following me here and there. It's the same one, the same craft. I thought it was. I thought in my brains. It wasn't in my brain. I know I have one brain. It wasn't real, I think. But in 2014, I finally told him to go be Groot. And I visualized putting a rosary beads around his neck and told him to go to California and be Groot. And he finally left me. He finally didn't torment me anymore. And I had been so afraid of helicopters and any plane flying in the sky pretty much, besides like, well, some planes I may have not been as afraid of, but I didn't know what was up there. And I knew they had. And anyway, so I told him to go be Groot in California. And within 2 weeks, James Gunn announced he was going to start he was done writing the script or just got started writing the script or was making the movie, is going to make the movie Guardians of the Galaxy 2. And I had just sent Groot to I had just sent the old black man who I thought was an alien who followed me for 15 years. I just put like a rosary beads around his neck and told him to go be Groot about 2 weeks before, I think, or a few days before or something. And I think it was 2 weeks before. And then he never bothered me again, I think, but I did. When I got to this neighborhood, there were no more of them. Oh shit. They all went away. I wasn't afraid of them anymore. But starting about 2 years ago, something about Danica in Texas. She sent a ghost here, and it was a little bit scary. And like ghosts and weird stuff like that every once in a while if I turn the lights all the way off. So I had to turn the lights on again tonight. It just hasn't been as safe and really, really, really good and beautiful like heaven. Like it was like heaven here. It's not heaven, but it was really good here. And it hasn't been the same for about 2 or 3 years. But here, 3 years, but here and there, on a nice day, here and there, it's really good here. Might as well delete the video or keep the video online, delete the video. Ding dong, bing bam. Keep it down now. Keep it down now. None of this was that funny. This is scary truth. Didn't sound as cool. More like horrifying military shit, war, shit like that. It's just uncool and stupid. Nobody wants to really hear. It just feels bad. Shit like that. No glory for it or just feeling bad. Like hurting others and meanness and shit. Like they did to me, following me in the military craft. That was like a 300 mil. I thought it was, but it wasn't real. It was like somebody in my life who thought, oh, he wants to go to California and be famous, and he thinks he's living a dream and doing whatever he feels like, does he? Or something. I don't know who it was. I don't know who says does he. Sounds like somebody from England. Not anyone I know. Besides the good people. I don't even know if the good people, it sounded like a bad person from England the way I said that. So I don't know who said that. I may have to delete this video, but I may not. Hasn't been the most entertaining. This is kind of a maybe okay video. I don't know.
maybe okay, but it's just felt not that good, this video. I thought it'd be really funny and really good, but it hasn't felt that good, this video so far. I don't know, maybe, I don't know. Feels like it's like going into somebody's asshole for me even talking to the microphone. Feels like shit. Because somebody else thinks it's a fag for even making a video. When I actually like the way it feels to be on camera. But this feels bad. But it's not really anyone in particular's fault. Just because God made it feel that way, because it's wrong to even be talking. Even though I'm not even showing the way my face looks on camera. I don't get what I did wrong. Try to feel better. I'm gonna eat food or something, or drink something that's, I don't know. I don't want to feel bad. What does already pronounced it mean? Is that an anxiety that everyone in this part, in America, is that an anxiety that people have to think, that angels make them think? Or is that just what my neighbor thinks and I pick up on the subtle thoughts of it? Already pronounced it. What does already pronounced it mean? Already pronounced it. What is already too late for the taking? Who the fuck would take something? You're not supposed to take anything. God and Jesus give to others. That's how the earth was created, by God giving to others. Who the fuck would take something? It's wrong every time. You don't take something for yourself. That's how you know it's wrong. Because I have God and Jesus, and I read about what the truth really is about in the Bible, so I know it's wrong to ever take anything. Unless it's like people's little sinful ways of saying, go on, take it. Okay. And their little sinful ways of talking, they're just, we're pretty sinful. We're pretty sinful. This feels bad. Like I'm not supposed to even talk into the microphone or do any of this. The fuck? Why does it suck? I don't know why. At least I'm documenting it. Because it feels good to me to film everything. Oops. Oh. Kill him. No, wait. Make him suffer for 3 days because he just said that. Oh, take his views down. Yeah. Make him see what's really important by making his views still haven't gotten there since 1990. Since 1987. Since he's been working at it since before he was 20 years old. Since he was 19 years old, he really started working at it at 20 years old when the Bible and God and Jesus say you're an adult and you have to go to work and you're liable for being an adult. He immediately got to work way the fuck harder. He thought he had to work harder than anyone. Me, John Birmingham, had to work harder than anyone at 20 years old at my films and videos, and still it's fucking not making enough money. But don't let him film this video and make him take this video down. And he right now he's making $40 with the Ronald McDonald video on Danica's channel and all the money he's making at videos right now, $100 a month. But he's worked at it since he was, he started playing guitar when he was 3. He has special abilities at it. He can make the entire movies, but why would I stay in Roanoke and spend 3 years making a movie when I got so little from each of my movies? Why would I do another indie movie unless I got to be around people and it was going to make money, found a way for it to make some of its money back, and I only spent like $5,000 or something, or was making millions and I could spend more on my own indie movies. And I'll probably be in California, where they encourage people at entertainment industry jobs, where they don't look down on people for doing art, film, music, and creative jobs, where they don't look at creativity as a hobby like they do in most of the country. Besides, they have YouTube. they have music you can make a living at, but it's not going to be as much as a huger pond or a huger lake or pond that's not a random place where they don't have any music producers or any music producers who are at the studio A-list level. It's almost useless. How could you ever be in the right place at the right time unless you're doing it at a smaller level all yourself? You know, how it hasn't happened for me. I gave that my all from 2005 until now. You know, I'm making a video right now. It's a random ass video. It's no production value or small production value, but why would I continue staying here when I only made a small amount of money at it from here? And had I been in Los Angeles, especially when I was in really good shape and acting in real big movies, like bigger movies where they pay you money and it's way the fuck cooler, you know, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to Los Angeles and do that, where I like doing where I like doing fun things I like to do and get paid for it because I'm really good at it. I'm really good at the work I do. I'm not some worker of unrighteousness who works on his looks or selfish earthly things that they made their lives about, and they have no talent or ability, and all they fucking did was work hard at meanness and unrighteousness, and they don't even fucking know how to do anything because they never worked hard at the real abilities that God gave them to be good at the things that they do. I'm trying to put shit in my mouth as I talk. People are fucking so stupid. They have barely any ability. They don't. God gave me abilities at what I do. In the entertainment industry, or whatever it's called, is film, music, videos. Of my own original stuff. Unless I'm acting in somebody else's movie. Something to make it like not editing for somebody else. I'm done with that. I don't want to, unless it's for fun here and there or makes some money, but I don't want to edit for somebody else as a full-time job anymore. I had to work 20 years at Homes. Why would I ever have to do anything like that? I came back to Virginia in 2005 because it was a place that my mom and dad said I could live in a house that finally had woods around it, and I wouldn't have to be right next to a stupid freeway, because Danica chose a stupid apartment that was right next to a freeway, and I couldn't take the sound of the freeway. It annoyed me. And I needed to edit my entire movie. Needed like however long to edit the movie. And then I thought, I'll go somewhere where I can edit the movie. My mom and dad said, if you come back home, you can have a place to stay and you'll have time to edit the movie before you have to work more on Homes for us. So I thought, I'll edit the movie, and then it'll get famous and big, and I'll move right back to California and have enough money to get a real house so I can finally play drums in a house. And it just didn't get there. And I kept having to work at movies. I made another movie here, and another movie, and it still wasn't there. And each one was like so. Back then it wasn't easy to make a movie. Now I can make a movie easily. Now I know how to make a movie. It feels pretty fun to make a movie, but not now. Not at this time, but in the future. One day I want to make a movie again, but not right now. I'm selling my house right now. That's the thing. That's why I felt heavier. It's not been easy. I've had to keep every detail of this house in showing condition. And it's not easy, even keeping the dishes clean every piece of dust off the floor. I'm so tired of it. Even the way I wipe my own ass has to be a particular way. It sucks. It sucks. It's not my mom and dad's fault. You know, they think real estate makes good money, and it's the kind of stuff that it is. It's like scraping off. It's like cleaning up, it's like having to go into the. It's just. It's been so alone. And it was not something I ever really wanted to do anyway. But God had me do it. And it went on, and it felt so bad. And I continued having to do it, and it added up to many years of it. I can't believe that was done to me. I remember back in 2004, I would work out every day with weights and jog in the sun. And it didn't hurt me. I wasn't in the sun that long. And I was an athlete, not a super athlete. I was lighter and I had less muscle. And I was about 177 pounds. I guess I was like a lighter super athlete. And I was probably one of the best athletes in Southern California. And I didn't work out that much. I worked out about 2 hours a day. And I can work out more now, I think, even though my body is like heavier and doesn't feel as good. But I can't do the aerobic exercise as much because right now I'm a little too heavy. Right now I'm a little too heavy to do much aerobic exercise. I'd have to do it on a workout bike that doesn't hurt your knees or your joints. Like I'm too heavy to run or anything like that. And I don't know what to say, but you know, it's that, I don't know. Oh shit, I gotta charge this phone. I'm gonna get my peanut butter. I don't know what to say. I'm getting peanut butter. I have to sit down. It has felt so bad for 2 years. It's felt so bad. Here and there, it's okay. Here and there, it's pretty good. This is not what I want to do for much. I want to go to California. I don't want to make a video that says dead and shows me in a casket saying shit like it's going to kill me and turn me into a fucking dead person. It doesn't feel like it's jogging in the sun, in the warm sun, with nothing on my body hurting at all. Not at all sexual. You know, just actually getting to feel really good about myself. And, you know, not feeling bad. Not feeling like shit. Like it feels right now that somebody's trying to pretend it's sexual to jogging in the sun. Makes me want to fucking die. To try to have that someone would want to take that away from me when I still didn't get to do the things I want to on earth. And when I say the things I want to do, it doesn't have anything to do with sex. It means actually getting to be the person who is loved for my work. Like the Beatles. Or on a smaller level, at least make enough money at my films and videos to pay the bills. To pay all my bills, to pay plenty of bills. And not some fucking screenwriter. You know? I like being in front of camera. It's not gay at all. I don't know why either God or my parent or my mom and dad think it's gay to be in front of camera too much, or think it's too selfish when it's getting fucking this video. Look how many views it has. What does this have? 40 views? What a fucking joke. It should have 40,000 views right now. I should have already been famous fucking, like really famous fucking 15 years ago. It sucks. And I've had to continue living feeling that bad this entire fucking time. Besides having my wife and kids. That was the only good thing I liked. The rest of it was for the hope of it finally actually really getting there one day. That still hasn't happened. And of course being there with other family and friends and loved ones and doing God's work, loved ones. Doesn't mean fornication. Doesn't mean lust. Doesn't mean fornication. Whatever the fuck they're called. Family, friends. I hope my mom's okay. I hope my dad's okay. Some other family and friends. But of course I want to be with my wife and kids. I thought when I was married to my wife and kids, I didn't know how important God and Jesus really were. But I still did God's work and did what was right. So I was raised on God and Jesus, and I did what I thought was right. And it hasn't happened for me yet to where I feel like I've made enough money. I'm making enough money at my, it's just like, what's the use? I listened to David Lee Roth say it. It's just, and then my wife and kids were taken away from me. That's the worst of it. That's been the worst. It's just sucked. It still hasn't gotten there. How could this be how could I enjoy the journey when it still hasn't happened for me? I started working so hard at films, videos, and music when I was 20 years old. I realized, wow, it still hasn't gotten there. I got to work really hard at it, harder than anyone who I've ever met if I really want to start seeing results. And that started when I was 20 years old. And it still hasn't gotten there yet. And that's the reason why I am where I am now. Because I fucking worked hard, and excuse me for saying effing, and because God made it that way for me. It was not easy. It was not something like fun. Like for whatever reason I have what I have now, which it could be not that much, or it could be, I have money in my home because even after all the hard work I did at films and videos, I had to then work. I was made to work just as hard at renovating this home and renovating a home before this. And it hurt. It hurt because it's not, there's no, I didn't really want to do it at all. I had to do it no matter how I felt. So it felt bad to my body, and my kids, my wife and kids weren't at home to come home to show me love after all I had to go through. So it just felt bad. And I feel good today. My body has felt okay for a few days. But it's felt so bad in Virginia. I don't know why, for about 2 years. It's felt really bad. It made me sick 100 times. 100 times in the winters here. Because it was so difficult to heat and expensive to heat that this house cost about $1,300 a month to heat. $1,300 a month to heat, and it was still cold. And I'd have to wear a coat indoors, and if I didn't get the temperature just right and try to save money on it, then it made me feel sick to my throat. And it started a few years ago, and I got it checked for cancer, and it wasn't cancer. It wasn't cancer. And I checked it another time or two for cancer, and it wasn't cancer, but it was like a pain in my throat from having a cold chest and cold throat. But I like wearing that A-frame t-shirt and so it'd have to be really warm in here for me to wear it. And like right now, I'm wearing this, but my neck hasn't hurt for a few days because it started getting warm again, and it feels good in the warm weather. That's another reason I'm moving to California. I'm so tired of the cold. I had to work so hard at hard labor that my body, it's just, I can do it out there at other homes, but I stayed in this home. I kept staying in this home. And something about it, like being alone for so long with no love at home, it started making my body feel not as good sometimes. But when I went to Texas, wow, that was really, I don't know if I can do it again. So I'm going to get a lawyer and make him move to California because I feel better in California, but I feel really, my body feels like no physical pain and suffering, no sickness, no physical problems when I'm close to her and the kids. Like, because the love that I get from even being near them, but it started hurting my body being alone for so long. But then they said there's something wrong with my brain because I didn't take their medicine she wants me on, and so I had to go to a hospital there. But it didn't hurt to my body. Something about the warm weather there in Texas, and that's not really it. It was just that it was near them. It was the love that I got from them made my body feel really, really healthier and good. And being deprived of that for so long started to hurt my body, I think, but I can feel kind of healthy anyway or whatever. So it's up to God and Jesus. I'm just going to eat peanut butter because I feel so bad right now. I'm going to eat a peanut butter. So it just hasn't felt the best. Like, I think I'm allergic to caffeine. My mom and dad will never understand that. They'll probably never, I don't know if they'll ever understand that. Because they are really addicted to caffeine. They're really addicted to caffeine. But they might understand it. They're a good mother and father. They actually are. People are jealous of what I have. People are jealous of what I have with my mother and father because their parents threw them out when they're 18, didn't give a shit about them or who knows what. That's how probably most people's mother and father are to them compared to, not really. Most people's mother and father are pretty good. But compared to my mother and father, they're usually not as good as my mother and father were to me. And I don't know why I had to come back to Virginia. If I had stayed in California, it would have been amazing. I should have just stayed. I'd probably still have my wife and kids. But I found God and Jesus here in Virginia. I don't know why God had me be here. I don't know. I feel so awful and alone. People don't even want to hear me right now, probably. This is just me talking. I shouldn't talk at all. Just sucks. Just sucks being alive sometimes. It sucks. Look how much money you have compared to regular poor people. Look how much money you have compared to a fucking poor person.
what's so good, John? Oh, you don't need your wife and kids. You don't need your wife and kids. Come on. We don't have a wife and kids. Who? I don't know. I have a wife and kids. 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 Dead. Yeah, we finally get to be with God and Jesus. My kids will make it to heaven somehow. I don't have to suffer anymore. How did you like Obama? Do you think I'm a loser? How the fuck did you like Obama, who I went to California with the most original ideas any motherfucker in America ever had to put a fucking black president in office, who had even terrorists holding hands with a fucking terrorist in peace with no weapons on earth. It was the idea. Utopian world, motherfuckers. The most beautiful earth that you could ever fucking imagine. I went out to California and put those ideas forth everywhere I fucking went. A fucking athlete who was one of the best athletes in California made an entire movie trying to change the world, change America to how I thought it was, done with those fucking white racist hate presidents, that they always had those fucking white presidents, the same old shit that I fucking hated, that stupid shit. And I tried to change the world. I was going to be the white president who was going to be like John Lennon, motherfuckers. And guess what? Instead, after I went to California pushing those ideas, talking to everyone in the film and television industry that I could possibly email to, I then didn't talk to them, or didn't send them emails. I'm not going to say if I did or not because I don't want to get in trouble. And I talked to Jack Black's agent, tried to get him in a movie. I talked to Jack Black's agent, who represents Jack Black, and asked him how much he would charge to be in an indie movie, because I was making a real indie movie that had a budget, an $80,000 budget. And I asked him if he would be in my movie, and I asked him if it had to be a higher budget, like $500,000, or, and I talked to many people in the entertainment industry. I didn't talk to all of them, but I had this idea to make a utopian world, and everyone would be holding hands in peace. Everyone would be holding hands in peace, even the terrorists, who I was so tired of them putting the blame on the terrorists because they had dark skin and a big nose and a big black beard, and they're Middle Eastern. Oh, they're all N-words, and they did it all. They're the bad guys now. Everyone who looks like a Middle Eastern's a bad guy. I was so tired of that, so tired of the genocide of the Indians, so tired of the slavery of black people, so tired of them looking down on glam rock music and cool punk rock music and original music like Nirvana and cool music I liked growing up, so tired of them looking down on the cool music I fucking liked, like Tipper Gore's administration, the PMRC, and all their bullshit ass regular mainstream ways. I went out to fucking California to fucking change the entire fucking world with my original ideas, and I made a real big ass fucking, well, not that big, but an $80,000 movie as a student who was 25 years old. Made an $80,000 movie with me as the fucking star of the movie. I wrote the entire thing with political ideas in it to try to change the country to something more beautiful and good, to get rid of war, to have no more war on earth, everyone holding hands in love and peace, a utopian, beautiful world that was like heaven. That's what I wanted to do with my original ideas. And when I came back, after the movie, during the movie I gained a few pounds, and then after the movie I gained 20 pounds, and started a family and settled down. And instead of me getting to be the one who's going to be president in 2012 was my plan, when I'd be 35 years old, the youngest president to have ever lived after I got to be really, really famous first.
and then I was going to be president, which was not really my goal, but I wanted to be famous and do cool, famous stuff first. And instead of staying in California and doing that, I moved back home when I was 27 years old and started got married and had kids and went to work for my parents and had to do all my own movies all myself, create all the movies all myself. No one else fucking did that besides like a few people here and there who put like, 10% of the work they did. I did 90% of the work on all my movies. So they literally did 10% of the work, which is pretty huge amount if each movie took a few years work. I did 90% of the work creating all the movies. So I had to do that all myself. I didn't have the studios to do it, and I had to come back here and work for my mom and dad and barely get by or have kind of more money than most people because my mom and dad helped me with money. I had to work for them. And instead of me getting to be the really famous one out in California, I was kept by God kept me in Virginia, where no matter how good my films were, it couldn't have gotten. I'm convinced that I don't know how it didn't get big enough. I don't understand how it did not get big enough to even pay my bills all the way at that, and I had to work at the homes instead. I don't understand why it didn't get there yet. And so maybe they're going to discover my films like a little later, like when I get to California, they'll look back at my other work and be like, wow, this is really good. Or brilliant. This is timeless. It's a work of art. It's a masterpiece that I created to go out into the universe, to aliens, to be the most famous artist to have ever lived on Earth. I was so confident about my abilities in film, music, art. I thought I was brilliant, more than any artist to have ever lived, and that's how big I dreamed. That's how big I dreamed. I thought, of course, I'd live to be 150 years old, and at one time I thought I'd live to be 1,000, and I was, that quickly backfired, and I realized human beings can't live that long, and I thought, I'd be lucky to live to be 60, but I wanted to be the best artist on earth, and every one of my movies I called a masterpiece when I was younger. That's how I used to call it. And I worked on it so relentlessly that it hurt my body. And it wasn't in a lasting way. But I don't understand why the fuck my body would hurt now when I've just had to work at homes. And that shit hurt my body too, but it felt bad. It didn't, I guess when I was younger, it hurt my body to work on my films, all the editing I did like, it was like a painting that someone spent 3 years on. That's what my films are. It's a painting that someone spent 3 years doing the work for one of the paintings. So, that's what my films really are. And, I don't know why people don't understand that or why they think it's not work. It's felt so bad. They don't look at it as work. It's felt like so bad here. And I've had to stand up for these random ass people. I don't mean to call them they've had to start getting views on their new videos, 1,000 views on their social media and shit. They haven't worked 1%. They haven't worked 1% or 10%. They haven't worked they haven't worked as hard as it. They haven't worked 1% or 10% as hard as I have my entire life on my films and videos. They don't have any idea of how much I prioritize that my work to be a timeless masterpiece, better than any art on earth, any film, any music. And, it was supposed to be the most brilliant work ever created, not just on this earth, but in the entire galaxy, the universe. I was going to reach out to aliens, and I was going to be the best, not on earth, but in all the universe, and to aliens too. And we'd live longer, healthier, but it's crazy as shit. That's wrong. That's wrong. And so I found out that was wrong, because when I really found God and Jesus, I found, that's gay. It feels wrong right now. But then I had to realize, oh, you can't say any artist is better than another one. And they took down my confidence, my ego, and they put me back here in Virginia. They put my art and my films that I worked on for like 30 years full time. They put me in the same category as people who had done like 5 paintings. You know, they just started doing art and they're like, oh, he's an artist too. Oh, they're all artists. What makes you so special, John? Before my films even made enough money to pay my bills, they did that to me here. And it humbled me. And, but I was able to find God and Jesus before, you know, it was too late. So that's all that I got from Roanoke and living in Virginia was I found God and Jesus before it's too late for my soul. So I may have been misled in my faith and end up in hell or something if I didn't find God and Jesus before it's too late. But I don't know. I may have found God and Jesus in California too. But the reality is that I found God and Jesus here in Virginia. So that was worth it if that's what God wanted me to go through to find God and Jesus. But it's been humiliating. It's been humbling. It has hurt my body. It's just not been that good feeling. It's been really bad feeling. So somehow they didn't kill me and I didn't end up like Van Gogh because I was really different and good. But what good is it if it was God's work? My work is God's work. My work in films and videos is God's work, but it's not as godly and good as the Bible. It's not that good. And what good would it be if you died and did a bunch of art because you never know what the art was again? All that work will be destroyed. All the films you did, anything you did on earth, building a home, any work that's done on earth besides God's work, any physical work that's created on earth will be destroyed. Everything on earth will be destroyed. And on Judgment Day, we'll be risen from the dead in our new lives. And we'll have no memory unless there's some people who may live through the tribulation, the end of the time, the end of the world stuff. And there'll be some people who will never die. I don't know when it'll be. It might be in 300 years. It might be starting tomorrow when the end of the world stuff happens. That's going to be pretty scary. That's going to be scary. Only God knows when it'll be. Jesus doesn't even know when it'll be. Only God knows when it'll be. And the reality of it is that God and Jesus are what everything's about. And I found out God and Jesus were what everything's about before it's too late. Because it doesn't matter how big you get on this earth, like with money and earthly things and good looks and fame or anything like that, or any of the glory that we may not deserve, that God gets all the glory, not just of man. The things we create on earth are so little and insignificant compared to, well, they're important if it's God's work. If it's God's work, it's what we do on earth. Jesus was a carpenter, and he must have made beautiful things as a carpenter, and it was good, really good. Any work that God wants us to do on earth is good. And it doesn't have to be destroyed. It'd be wrong for it to be destroyed now. We're still alive, and it's supposed to be good what we do on earth, but then what's really important is God and Jesus. God and Jesus. And Van Gogh will get no memory of how big his art got. All that matters to Van Gogh now is that, well, he See, he's going to be risen on Judgment Day because he's already dead. He's asleep right now. He'll rise from the dead on Judgment Day in a new young body that doesn't suffer anymore, unless Jesus judged him. I think he's going to make it to heaven for how bad he suffered. He was like so tormented on earth and poor, and probably an okay good person. He suffered with insanity and suffering on earth at the least of others, and so he likely is going to make it to heaven. I can't judge him. I don't know, but God will judge him on Judgment Day. And when he's risen on Judgment Day, he won't remember anything about his paintings or his previous life. We won't remember anything about our previous life. And all the earthly work that we did will have a little bit of sin in it and be like the earth was before heaven will be brought here on Judgment Day. And it would corrupt heaven to have even a tiny bit of sin. And so all that has to be destroyed in the lake of fire with the demons and wicked people who there's no hope for anymore, and any like the devil. But the devil's not going to be destroyed for another 1,000 years after Judgment Day. He's going to be kept in chains inside the earth, way far inside the earth, and then he'll try to rise up an army in another 1,000 years after heaven's brought to earth, and it'll be instantly destroyed with lightning by God. He'll be destroyed, and the few people that try to join his army be totally destroyed. And their suffering may go on for all eternity in the lake of fire or in hell. And I think that's what's going to happen to the devil is that he suffers for all eternity. He's not just totally destroyed, but his torment and suffering continues on forever. And that's what happens to the people in the lake of fire. But in heaven, we'll live forever, and whoever makes it to heaven will live for all eternity. But the people in hell will suffer for all eternity. And it's unimaginable. It's really bad, the suffering in hell. The suffering in hell is really bad. Like, I was shown some of it, and it's way worse than anything they can do on earth. It's really bad. And I didn't really get what it was. I thought it was like a real life Illuminati place where they brought people down to hell. And it's because I didn't have the Bible to show. I didn't read the Bible enough to know the truth. But you can do it on faith alone, and how you're raised on God and Jesus enough to understand to really be like Jesus. And so I had to try to be like Jesus, but I didn't really know enough about the Bible. But I did enough God's work to start being a better, more kind human being. And then something happened where I got the feeling that heaven and hell are really real. And I started I got a voice from an angel or something like that in my thoughts, or someone like that. And it was a good voice, and it told me that hell is really real. People really are going to spend an eternity there, and it's really a real place. And I had been shown it, and so I started looking it up in the Bible and to see in the New Testament and the Old Testament. I researched it on Google and found the verses and read the real Bible too, and really started reading the Bible. It was, I think, at the end of 2019, and or January of 2020. I hadn't read much of the Bible. My parents raised me, my mom and dad raised me really well in God and Jesus, so I was pretty good. But I had gotten misled in my faith, so something told me that hell was really real, or someone, not something, but a good soul told me that the hell stuff is really real, and people are really going to spend an eternity there if they keep up their ways. And then I got thinking to the hell stuff that I saw a few years earlier, and how horrifying it was, and like really, really scary, how bad they can hurt people, like way worse than they did to even Jesus. who has suffered. Jesus suffered worse than any human ever did on earth so far, unless it's in the lake of fire, which would be way worse than that. And that was what was scary to me. And so I looked up in the Bible. After I looked up in the Bible, what is hell like? Because growing up, they didn't really tell me about hell, and I didn't really listen to it in church. And I thought, oh, it's probably not even real. And I thought hell wasn't even like. I thought, no, you're not going to go there. No one's going to really be in hell or something. I thought it was a joke and demons were stupid. I thought it wasn't real. And but I believed in God and Jesus, and I knew a bunch about Jesus growing up, kind of. But like his basic ways, and but I didn't read the Bible enough to really know what it said more. So I started to read the Bible more in 2019, and the first thing I started to look up is, what is hell like? And for the first time, I said, that's the place that was shown to me. It was so bad. It was so bad that it was like unimaginable how bad the torment is there. It was like it's way worse than anything they can do to you on earth while we're alive in this life. Way worse than anything they can do to you on earth. It's like really bad. And when I started reading about it in the Bible and how it was described, I was like, that's the place that was shown to me. And I didn't know, I thought it was like an Illuminati hell. And I was like, I had the wrong ideas about it. And so I was like kind of mean to try to survive in it. And it was from lack of sleep and extreme lack of sleep for 2 weeks. But now I have God and Jesus, and I know how to get sleep now. I don't tell anyone how, because I'm afraid that they could try to mess with my food or medicine. But I used to trust everyone and tell the truth online and social media and everywhere about the foods I ate, the medicine I ate, everything. I was just truthful about it in an innocent way. And then they all really kind of, I don't know, someone did something bad to me and deprived me of sleep. And I saw that hell stuff. And then so when I got the feeling later to start reading the Bible, the first thing I looked up was is hell real, and how do they describe hell? And that was the place that I saw. So I knew it was hell, and then I realized some of the other things I thought it was were just tricks of the devil, like zombies and I don't know, unless there's zombies in hell too, and people's worst fears. There's stuff like, I think it's their worst fears too, and there's no rest. There's no rest, and it's really bad. It's really bad. It's every moment something more horrific, and there's no sleep. It's like a tremendous amount of God's work from repenting because they didn't do it on earth. So it's like, it's doing God's work, but I think it's forever. You know, it's forever. So it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. It's really bad. And you know, that guy, there's that satanic Bible guy, when he died, he said, I got a feeling it's really bad. It's a really bad feeling he had when he was dying. He did things wrong. He was way worse than he thought, and then he died. And it was probably too late for him. He's probably going to spend an eternity in hell. I can't judge him. I don't know. God's going to judge him on Judgment Day. So that was the problem, was that I listened to heavy metal, and some of those books I read, like some of those like occult books and shit, I thought, oh, it might be kind of cool or something. And I tried to read it, and it gave me the wrong ideas. I got a little misled in my faith, and wow, it had me so afraid of the stuff because I think demons, it allows in some demons to frighten you and stuff, and it makes you think this weird supernatural occult stuff is real, like ghosts, bad spirits, alien. I used to think aliens were scary, but I know aliens now are good. And so it made my friend think these like weird things. I couldn't understand why he was afraid of it, but he saw gnomes, these weird like gnomes from the medieval times. These like weird little old that shit. I can imagine being a little scary, like the medieval stuff. Because one time in this roof, some of that medieval stuff is scary. I almost ordered an occult book to this house, and I heard all these goblins' voices from England. It was this old occult book, and I was like, "Shit, I had to cancel the order of the book because when I first got to this house, and then all the voices went away, and it was from a guy who was like really wanted things done legally to cancel a bid on eBay, and I had to." It was pretty scary because, he was going to send the book here. I wanted to know what to do. I would have had to burn it up. And this other weird, almost occult book showed up. I threw that in the fire and burned it up. I think that one wasn't as bad. And I had to go through all my stuff. And there was stuff in there that was like kind of bad and stuff. Some of my albums or music and books and things that I had that were like some of the kind of heavy metal stuff, but it had the occult, evil stuff in it, which is usually pretty bad. If it's ever put before God and Jesus, it's bad. I didn't know how much there was in just regular stuff that people have. So I got rid of, I think, all of it. Besides, there's this stupid ass book that you open up and it gives you an answer when you ask it a question. And I'm gonna burn that up. I have that near the fire to burn as firewood. I should just throw them all in the fire right now. I should just burn them all up right now. There's like 3 or 4 of them that I was using as firewood. But I was going to make use of it as firewood, so I kept it right near the fire. It's not that bad. It's like the book of answers. You ask it a question, but it's fortune telling. In fortune telling, those people spend an eternity in the lake of fire when they continue to practice of that. That's using the power of the devil to foretell the future in the wrong way. Only prophets can do that. Only prophets can do it. There may be none on earth right now. I'm gonna burn it up. I'm gonna burn it up. I'm gonna burn up those books. I'm gonna burn up those books. Let's burn them all up. I'm gonna get them. There's one in the downstairs. Let's burn up those books. The books that have the number of the beast on the barcode on the back of it. It had the number of the beast on the barcode. I didn't even know. Because I just got a book. I was like, cool. It can tell you. Because Danica's dad was into fortune telling. He thought it was cool. He thought it was cool. He didn't know it was that bad. He thought it was kind of, I don't know. Yo. Here's the home. Yeah, that doesn't look that great right there, but this is, this is a 30-foot wide fireplace. There are no homes that I've ever seen with a 30-foot wide fireplace in it. This is a wood burning stove that was put in the middle of the fireplace. This is where you used to put the wood. I measured it from that step or here all the way through there, all the way around there, all the way to there. 30 feet wide fireplace. And there's custom art throughout this entire home. See, like, look how that's carved. See, or look how that wood is hand done. The entire home. Let's see these beams, I think that's almost 2 feet thick, that beam, and 4 inches wide. 4 inches wide. They don't make beams that big, and no matter how rich the home, well, some homes are original and different and unique, but this house is very original and different and unique. There's no house like this on earth. You don't find like something like this that's like with this art in here, this thing that's done by hand, and this giant tree trunk that's like 80 2x4s or something thick, or 100 40 2x4s or 80 2x4s thick. It's really thick. It's not going anywhere. It's signed by the art students. Look at these steps. They're hand made. You don't have steps like that. And this stone, I can't tell you about the stone. The stone's okay. The foundation's okay. It's a really good foundation, but it's not like as good as I thought. It's pretty good. It's really good. But and I don't know what else to say. I'm afraid to talk about it because people may say mean things about it and attack it out of jealousy usually. And look how big this rock is in the fireplace. Look how big this rock is. That's like 4 feet tall. That's a huge rock. And that's just like one of the rocks in this fireplace. So I'm going to get the book. Where is it? I'm itching my eye. It is itching my eye. Where's the book? This is Al's stuff. Tidings. Happy happy tidings. Winter woods. Where's that crazy old book? No. I'm a crazy. No. Terrified me. Terrified. Scared. Hard the way you said it, pronounced it. That's the voices of thoughts that I said to myself because it sounded like crazy. I called myself a crazy old coot because I didn't want to call Al crazy old coot because I had to be one. Who's a crazy old coot? They gay as shit, not my ass. I don't have a coot on my ass. I'm not a coot. A coot. A cootie? Only. No. Get near my ass. I'm a walking asshole with a mouth walking around. No. It's scary. What is this? Never trust a big butt and a smile. Get away from me. Might as well die. Made me into a fag in a dog boy. Where's the book? I want to burn up the book. Nope. Made me into a fag. No, Richard Pryor. Nope. Where's the book? It's kind of cold in here. I don't know if that is. I don't know what that is. Where's the book? I'm gonna burn it up. It's not this stuff that Al put in there. Shaman, his sticks. His sticks of the Blair Witch shaman looking stuff. When I bought this house, I looked at that stuff. I was like, why does he have old sticks in a thing? I thought it was like, I was afraid of some of the stuff that he had here. It hasn't been that scary, but now this feels scary a little bit. I don't know. I thought there were genetically manipulated creatures out there when I first got here. And then it was so safe here, the most beautiful place on earth. I could turn all the lights off in the upstairs of the house. Not as much down here. That's always been like, well, almost a little scary at nighttime unless there are people here. But down there was always like, well, almost could have been a little scary down there. But upstairs, I could turn all the lights off. So I'm gonna get the magic, not the magic book, but a fortune telling book and burn it up and find any. I think there's one up here. Yeah, this wasn't scary anymore. For the past 2 to 3 years, it got almost a little scary again. I don't know why, but just with ghosts. I don't know how ghosts showed up. Alexa, turn the kitchen light on.
Okay.
Here's the book. Here's only one of the books I have it with other firewood. Like that's like, well, there's some old newspapers in there that I'm gonna keep, but they kept it as Kindle for the firewood. This is the garbage. Where's the fortune telling book? Where's the fortune telling book? Did Al take it? Doesn't he know it's bad? Fortune telling book is gonna burn up. Fortune telling book burn. A Rowan Gant investigation. The Law of Three. What is this? It looks like a. What is this garbage? What is that? What is this shit? Gant Rowan? My son's not Gant. I'm gonna throw this in the garbage. I already started using it for firewood. I tore pages out of it. It's 58 degrees. You know, I don't want to get sick tonight, so I'd have to turn the heat on so I don't get sick, because my body can, after working at hard labor for most of the work myself for 20 years or 15 years, I can't, my body can't take the cold right now as much. Maybe one day I'll be able to take it if I'm around my family, if I'm around loved ones and I feel love in my body more. Then I can maybe be around the cold again. That'd be amazing if her and the kids moved here. Wow, my body would probably be so much healthier. But I'm gonna burn this up and throw it away. I don't know what happened to the fortune telling book. I thought I had 2 or 3 of them. I guess Al took them. That's how awful. He has to throw that away. It's a fortune telling book. Why does he still think that? I thought he really has God and Jesus. He should know that stuff's really bad. Now I have to do a fire. Oops. Now I have to do a Now I have to do firewood. I'm gonna put this on a tripod somewhere. I didn't want to be on camera. I guess I'll be on camera. I'm gonna burn up this witchcraft thing. Whatever it is, it looks like witchcraft book. I was using it as firewood, as Kindle for firewood. I tore some pages out. I'm gonna read what it says. The law of three. The law of three. I'm gonna burn this up. A Rowan Gant investigation. How awful to say my son is Gant. I don't know where that stupid book came from. I'm gonna burn it up. I gotta use the bathroom. I only have 2 pieces of firewood. I'm gonna burn it up. These are the things that cost money that you put in here that burn easy. So maybe it'll just burn up really fast. Maybe it'll burn up really fast. Come on, this stupid ass witchcraft book, or whatever it is. I'm gonna burn this up. This is so. I've thrown away so many like heavy metal albums and stuff. This is, I think, the last one. I think this is the last one in the entire house. Well, I like heavy metal. You know, the ones that had the devil crap, I threw away. I threw away. The devil crap ones, you have to throw away because it can mislead people in their faith. What was in there? Made my legs itch, my nose itch. Bug? That's weird. I'm not going to read the words it says. Unless I'm proving how it's wrong. Here she comes. Ben canted his head towards me and whispered, "Play nice and keep the Twilight Zone stuff to yourself." It was obvious that we had not only been expected, but that our garbage. I'm not going to read it. Well, it would hurt my wife just to read that. If she is still my wife. I think she is. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. If I'm not going to be with her, then I might be with somebody else. It's been awful. It's been awful. It sucks being alone. But sometimes it's been okay. It's just, I don't care. Come on. Not a fag. I'd like to be with a girlfriend or wife. It just feels so bad to me right now. Feels like shit. I have to piss and I had to burn the stupid witchcraft book instead. This video has felt like, I don't know. But it's good. It's, I don't know. It feels awful like this is going into somebody's ass. The whole video is like has been a little annoying to me, and it felt like not enough people watched it. Come on. Burn. Stupid. Burn, stupid book. This is a bad book. It says mean things to hurt people. It says it's okay to hurt people. Or it says that why be kind to others? It only takes from yourself. Or something like that. So I'm burning it up. Burning up the book. Hey! Hey!
you can hear their souls from England that were trapped in the old 1890s one. That happened to me one time. I burned up I tore up the pages one at a time, this 1890 book. It was called Witchcraft. No, it was called Magic, White and Black. I saw it in a video on the table of a music producer, Rick Rubin, who produced all Danzig's records and some of the Red Hot Chili Peppers records. I saw it on his house, an old book, and it said Magic, White and Black, and in some video, and I zoomed in or something, or I pressed pause on it, or whatever it was, and I found it was his book called Magic, White and Black, and I was going to try to figure out how to be like a big famous person, and I and I found that book, and I couldn't, when I got home and I tried to read it, it was like way more difficult to read than a philosophy book, than Aristotle or Plato. It's like you had to study every little word and try to figure out what it meant. And it was from 1890, so it was like written when the English language was just different a little bit, and it was like I couldn't tell what the fuck it said. I didn't understand anything that it said. But then yeah, that was the book. Here's what I did, is I took the pages of it. When I found out that stuff was bad and can bring ghosts into a house, with these really good people, who helped me to realize that, because ghosts started being a part of our lives a little bit. We invited ghosts into our house. It was so awful, and we didn't know they were bad. And Danica would sit in front of the screen, in front of the old-timey TV that was like a little bit bigger, with a static on it, and she had black hair and pitch black hair and white skin, and she'd sit in front of the screen and try to reach out and talk to ghosts, and she invited them into our lives, and I think it was just bad spirits, like demons, who tricked us into thinking it was that. So what I did was that book that said Magic, White and Black. These really Christian people came to our house and said, you got to get rid of all the occult stuff, anything bad like the occult, and destroy it. Just get rid of it, and don't let anyone else read it either. Don't put it at Goodwill or something, because you don't want anyone else to invite in the demons who can make these awful tricks to make people think that these bad supernatural things are real. It's like really horrifying. It could be, but we didn't know. We just saw ghosts, and they're pretty real. I saw a few different ones. It was really scary back then. That's why we got ADT, because I saw this very tall, slender man walking through the trees, like from far away. I saw him with my own eyes. It was scary in plain day. And the kids were inside, or I would have ran out and tried to see, but it was scary as shit. And he was very tall. He was like that tall. He was like that. Can you see how tall this is? He was like that much taller than me, and slender, and walked through the trees. And he hid behind a tree, and it wasn't a human being. And that's why we got ADT, because somebody was coming into our house at night, and it was locked, but they left it unlocked or something. And they're like these supernatural beings and shit, because we tried to reach out to bad spirits. And I don't know why, but we didn't try to reach out to bad spirits. We were just reaching out to ghosts. We thought it'd be cool to talk to ghosts. Like, when people, they thought ghosts were cool, like they'd go for a haunting thing or whatever, or like a haunted house or something. They thought it was scary and cool. We didn't think there's anything bad about it. But all it does is invite in also bad spirits, so it's bad. And we try to reach out to aliens. I tried to reach out to aliens, but the aliens are angels. The real aliens are angels. The real aliens are angels. The real aliens are angels. So they're good, and no aliens can hurt anyone. They're from the heavens, and they're angels. But they can be a little scary, but they're never going to hurt a human being. They'll never hurt a human being. So there's nothing wrong with reaching out to aliens. And the Magic, White and Black book, when I knew I had to tear it up to get rid of the ghosts, I brought it outside of the trash can, this big white trash can that is the regular ones they put out in the street,
And I got the book, The Magic White and Black. I don't remember what color it was. It could have been white. It could have been blue. It was old, from the 1890s. It was the original. It was one of the original Magic White and Black books. And no one can really understand what it says. It's written in the 1890s English that you could barely tell what it. And it was like a philosophy book that you had to study to try to. It was stupid. It was wrong. But it was really bad. It showed how to be mean to others for personal gain on earth. It showed how to hurt others to be, when the good in God's work wasn't working, it was like a way to still get to that goal, that earthly goal that you had, that some people make, or some people have. They put money first, they put fame, good looks, finally being in shape so they didn't get made fun of. Whatever it was on earth they wanted to have, they sometimes made that before God, and that's the problem. When they make that goal before God, they're willing to do bad, almost really bad things to get there. Every time, I'd say every time, almost every single time that they put money first. You're never supposed to love money. And it tells all about this in the Bible. So when I was tearing up that old book, Magic White and Black, this is so weird what happened. This is so weird. Magic White and Black, I brought it to the trash can. I tore out a page, and it was this weird, it was like this longing, like, no. It was like this sadness. It was a sadness. It was like a great sadness. Like there were souls attached to this book somehow. But I tore up every page. And I don't know if anyone put it back together and found it. I hope not. But it was like their souls. There are maybe 100 of them, I think. Many of them. There could have been hundreds, or 10, or 12, or dozens. And I could hear their voices as I ripped up the pages. They were like attached to the book, and that's how they tried to bring others down with them to try to be in the underworld or something after they were dead. It was so scary. Right now it's scary. When I ripped it up, it wasn't scary at all. Right now it's scary. When I ripped it up, it felt like a sadness. It felt like just telling the truth, not trying to get the glory for it or anything. I kept telling a cool story or anything like that, but I think it was supposed to get the glory for it then. But I don't know. I don't have to suffer at some job that makes me want to die. And I'd like to have my wife and kids and not have any problems. I have good enough health. I'd have better health if I was with her and the kids. I don't have to be the guy who's getting all the glory in front of the camera. How many fucking views this is even getting for it? So he gives a shit. If that's all it's getting, unless it's paying the bills, okay, fine, I'll take the glory rather than I want to kill myself 10 times or 100 times. But what the book did was, I don't know why I said all that. And the book, when I was tearing the pages, it made me feel a sadness, like that was their only attachment to earthly life or something, or I don't know what, but it made me feel great. So now it feels like I'm dying of cancer or some shit because I didn't get the glory for it. Who gives a shit? Anyway, here's this book. It's burning up. I think this is the last one or anything like that in this entire house. All the stuff I've owned since I was a kid, that I still have some of it saved. That was kind of my thing that I did. I tried to keep my stuff that I thought was cool, but then I had to, growing up, I had a room. It's like my little sister never really had much money. My mom and dad may have put some money in her name, but she didn't have that much, and she didn't care about making some big earthly goals. She didn't want to be famous. she's only gone to a community college and she's like 40 years old or 41. She's still pretty young. Her face looks young. And she's 40 or 41. She still looks young. And she's only gone to a community college. She never set these really big goals. But when I was a kid, I had all my little stuff. And I'd mow lawns and get cool stuff. I'd mow lawns and mow the neighbor's lawn and mow my mom and dad's lawn. And I'd get like $20 a week or $24 a week for both lawns. And I'd save up, and I got all these comic books. I got a comic book collection. I have one of them's worth like $3,000 or $4,000 or $8,000. It's the first appearance ever of Wolverine. It's Hulk number 181. It's a Wolverine. It's I got it for Wolverine, but it was just. So I used to in my room keep all this stuff, like, and I had it clean and had everything set up the way I wanted it, and I thought it was cool, and I had all my stuff in my room, my little stuff, and I thought it was like. I had my stupid stuff that I thought was so cool, and I thought my room was so cool. But then, when I got to this house, I didn't understand how bad condition this house was. You know, I like keeping my stuff clean, having my stuff, and when I got into this house, it needed so much work. And it wasn't like I just got to move in and set up my stuff, and it was like a cool house to just move right in. You know, I had to get to work, which that ended up 7 years of full-time labor on this one home. 7 years of full-time labor, suffering alone for many times, 4,000 times, hoping to die with all my heart and soul, rather than how I'll ever get to be there for my kids again. It was so difficult to go on and to get to Texas and to make anything okay again. So I had to keep working on this house as something that I could do, and it just felt so. But some of it was fun and some of it was cool, and it's a mansion, and so I got to own a mansion. I got it for only $102,000, and so I was determined. But instead of like getting to keep my house clean and all my stuff or whatever, but I always try to keep my stuff. I get into. I always tried to like. I always tried to like I don't know. I don't know. When I went to California, I had almost no stuff. And I had a cheap little drum set. I don't know why I had a little bit of money. Taze is a little jealous of me, my little sister. She doesn't know how hard I had to work. I had to work like 40 years at my films, videos, and homes. You know, full time. That's at 5 hours and 40 minutes a day. 5 hours and 40 minutes a day, 5 days a week. Not really. That's what I call full time. You know, it's not that much. You know, 5 hours and 40 minutes a day, 5 days a week. So it's not, you know, if it was 8 hours a day, it would only be, and that's some vacations too. So that's barely minimally considered full time. So I can say I worked 40 years at that stuff. Or something like that. 42 years. One time I thought I worked 88 years. It's stupid. Just so I wouldn't have to fucking do it again. That's the only reason why I started adding up how many hours am I actually working at this stuff. So I could prove to them, look, I did enough, leave me alone, stop. Please, I want to be at peace. You know, so that's so often it's felt like I just hope to God to die and to finally be at peace, so I wasn't constantly working at things. And it's been that way since I was about 12 years old, but it was mostly God's work. It was mostly God's work, having to work hard. And my dad was there like making others feel like I wasn't doing enough these days. It's not that bad. It's not his fault. But then that's why I have a net worth. You know, I have a net worth because I was having to work at stuff a bunch. But a few years ago, I didn't know if I had any money at all. I didn't know if I had any money at all. And God told me, or I got a thought, I have to get to work. Like I had to work on this house more, no matter how I felt. And I started working on it, and I thought, you know, maybe it would be a couple weeks, and it went on for, you know, it just continued, and I ended up working, you know, 15 or 20 years or something. And it doesn't feel that good right now. This was kind of warm. I'm just gonna turn the heat on or something. You know, it's like hurt my body to be talking this. I don't know why. This felt bad. It felt like it hurt my body. I couldn't even piss because I had to hurry up and do this for the video. You know, I have to pee. And it feels like shit. I know my face doesn't look as good in this video. I can tell. In this part of the video, I don't like the way it feels. My face looks like I'm older. I know how it feels to my fucking face and body. It doesn't look as good as I can possibly look. If it did, I'd actually feel really good, be in really good shape. My face would look way younger. I can feel it the way it doesn't look as young looking. I don't like the way it feels. But that's just how life is the past 2 years. That's how it's been for 2 fucking years. It's felt like shit. It's felt so bad. It's felt like Leonardo DiCaprio. They want to pretend I sound like right here. Leonardo DiCaprio. Why? It's felt so bad. It has felt so bad compared to what I was used to when I was younger. It's just, people don't put it in perspective. They want to hit me in the back of the head with their anxiety. They want to call me Leonardo DiCaprio. No, I don't want to be with women. I want to look good and feel good, like I'm not sick and dying or some shit. I associate a bad feeling body and a sick body and shit like health problems with looking bad. When I can't help it. It just makes me feel worse. It feels like shit. Oh, I am black. I am black. I am black. See, I've been black the whole time. See, I am black. No, my soul is. Don't say anything. I hope that doesn't hurt me. It's burning up the witchcraft book, or whatever shit that was, the law of three. The law of three. I think, no. I bet you in on the secret. I'm black. I'll let you. I never let you incinerate some person that did that. Cause I'm large. That's what the proof is that you made enough money at our ways. That's why I'm leaving California. That's not how they really are. There are people with money here who are minorities. So I'm tired of thinking about that. If you try to get in my back, I can't even go to a place like that. I can't think of going to a gas station and getting food there, unless it's California. I'm so traumatized by what happened to me here. I'm gonna drink this drink. You know, it's so much God's work. I'll do it if I have to. It might even be okay like it was 10 years ago. How it felt right then, to feel that way out there in Roanoke. That's some cool thing, how it feels in the house. Because usually it's so much God's work, there's almost nothing for myself out in Roanoke, or how it's been. But sometimes it's fun, sometimes it's good, but it's not like it used to be. Usually I would feel so bad by the time I made it home here. It's been that way. It's just, at the best, it's been, well, there were a few days where I felt good. And when I feel good, I mean, like, no problems, really good looking where women noticed me. Like I was a famous person or good looking, like I was something cool. Like, there's a time I went to Walgreens and I showed up, I was like really strong and in good shape. I had a young, good looking face. And it was during COVID-19. I had dark hair. And I got the shot, or a little bit after that, and I got the COVID-19 shot. And it just felt really good. Like really big, super American, good looking guy that was young, had a young face. And it felt awesome to be around all the people there waiting in line to get the COVID-19 shot. It was fun. And then either that time or the next time when I got the second shot, I think after the second shot I got very sick. The first time was pretty good. It was amazing, and I didn't feel that for another year or two. And there were 2 days when I went to the co-op. That's the natural food store, you know. My mom hates that stuff. I don't know. I hope it doesn't kill her. I would never hurt her for it, but I'm afraid that her being set in her ways, she's been a little mean about it. I don't know if she knows how much it may have hurt other people. She likes I don't know. I don't want to be on camera. Feels like I don't want to show my feet, my body, anything on camera right now. And it's not the best lighting. It's bad lighting. For the house looking good is what I was thinking about, but you turned it into something about my ass. Makes no sense, because a long time ago I said the way lighting looks on a fucking face. It's not what lighting's all about, motherfuckers. There's called film lighting, there's called fucking filming animation, there's fucking lights. This is me talking to myself out in the woods, like, at least I'm not a homeless person. At least I'm not a homeless person. That's about the level this fucking feels like of glory for my films and videos that God is supposed to get all of, but at the same time, I wasn't even allowed to make $4,000 a month at my life's work or $3,000 a month at my life's work. But it could have made $30,000, and Danica kept it all for her and the kids a month, $30,000 a month for my Ronald McDonald video. It made $200,000. It was my idea to film just that one video. It was our biggest video. It's our biggest money-making entertainment industry thing I ever did. Can you even hear it from this far away? Probably not. Probably. I don't know. So I gotta cover up my legs and my body, my face. And they're still trying to make it feel gay to my ass for even running a camera right now. That's how bad my life feels.
taste the shit. To taste the shit. To taste the shit. I'm afraid to open this. It might make smoke. I burned up an old book. Not even old. It's like from. It's not an old book. I burned up a stupid ass occult kind of book that I found somewhere. It's the last one that I think is bad anywhere in the stuff that I have. So I burned it up. I can't wait to leave Virginia forever. I never even want to come back here one time. You know why? Because right then, the sound that I made a sound to my own asshole that said, "Ugh," like Tim the Tool Man. To pretend that that's the fucking work I'm doing just because I happen to have these fucking shorts on. You ever seen Lemmy from Motorhead? He had fucking shorts on, never felt bad about his own asshole in his entire fuck you life. Never felt bad, and he had a creepy ass fucking HPV mole on his face. Sorry. But guess what? He got to wear whatever clothes he had. He should have laser removed his fucking mole. It looked like shit. At least he got to do things his way. And drank all that liquor and got high and was a rocker and a rock star and famous, and he got to live to still got to live to be 70 years old and do things wherever he fucking felt like. Never had to feel bad in his own asshole, like pretended he was a faggot, like, and then also at the same time had to be Tim the Tool Man. Ruh. Who the fuck would make a stupid ass sound like that? Tim the Tool Man did tools, Tim Allen, because he liked it. He did what he liked. He didn't have, I don't know if Lemmy had any diseases or not. He just had a mole on his face. That's the only thing wrong with him that I can think of. Anything about Lemmy is he had that ugly old England mole. He had a mole on his face. Who the fuck would keep it there? Just remove it for $40. Pay some guy to freeze it or remove it or do some shit, a laser, cut it off. Who the fuck would keep that ugly ass mole right in their face like an old witch? He could have looked cooler. Who the fuck would want to save that on their body? Like their pubes, big old pubes. Gotta keep them there. It looks like shit. Got some piss in it. You want to look old. Big old pubes of piss. Smells bad, looks bad. Big old pubes. Piss pubes. How Jesus wants us to be. No, not really. How Jesus wants us to be. I better delete this video. They're gonna throw me in jail for it, for saying big pubes, for saying a mole, because I happen to have fucking shorts on, and I didn't even shave my leg hair off or something like that because it looks too hairy anyway. It feels like shit, like there's some annoying thing under my feet. And my face looked older, and I had to piss and had to film myself on camera anyway with this stupid ass shirt. It looks like I'm fat as shit and have skinny arms and dumb body. Looks like shit, feels like shit. I fucking hate this shit. Stupid ass feels like I have skinny arms and a fat body, like somebody who doesn't give a shit and just felt good to their body the entire time, never had to work at anything.
better delete the video. This is wrong. I mean, some people didn't get made fun of when they were in schools, when they were fucking schools. They didn't get looked down on and called fat by all those skinny kids who had a skinny waist or regularly, like how children should be, you know, when they unless they just happen to be a little chubbier and that's how God made them. You know, there's nothing they can do about it. That's how God made some children. You know, why should they be made fun of just for being how they are? I never liked those kids who made fun of kids for being fat because they made fun of me for being a little chubby. Or fat or whatever. They called me fat. I wasn't fat, but I thought I was fat. I mean, they caused me to still to this day, unless it's really something I personally like for me, I usually don't like ever eating in restaurants around here. But sometimes it can be okay. But usually I would never even, I haven't gone to a restaurant, I think since, you know, it's felt awful being alive for about almost 8 years, 7 years, about 7 years. It's been the worst of my entire life. I never thought it would be as bad as high school felt, but it was way worse. And it was done to me by my own wife and her mother and father. They just kept my kids to themselves and tried to limit the way I could be a father to my own children. Or tried to, you know, it's not her fault. The kids, I don't know if it was me. It's not their fault. It's not their fault. I don't know what to say. You know, regular people out in society, maybe even watching this video, might be mean. Other people other people watching this video are probably meaner than them. But it's just I was closer to her for longer. So I saw them, you know, but the people in high school I wasn't very close to who were mean to me, but they're pretty mean. I can only imagine, I don't know. Some of them I got along with, are good friends with me. I knew plenty of people in high school I got along with. It's just, you know, what does that friendship do for me now? They won't be in fucking videos, no matter how many times I try to get them in videos. They won't get on the stage and play music. They don't want to be famous. They don't want to do fun things I like. They don't want to fucking work in the things that I like. They don't want to do videos with me as much. They kind of do. I moved back here for the hope of drinking in the backwoods, partying, and getting them in my movies, and getting to be famous from here, and doing the fun stuff, and finally living in a house again and getting to play drums. And they didn't do it at all. They did it once every year. We'd hang out and drink a little or something once every year. They just don't want to be in fucking videos and films and stuff like I did. Or we already would have been famous if they all wanted to. You know, really famous. I'm famous now a little bit. It's not that famous, but it's like that's the difference between someone who's really famous and someone who's not. They just worked at it and wanted to do it and kept doing it and worked at it continuously and relentlessly sometimes until they got there. It's not something that's unrealistic to get. You do the work and you get there eventually. I'm not even on camera right now, and they still try to make some shit go towards my backside for like a faggot for wanting to be famous. I don't want to be in the same town as fucking people who think that about me. I want to go and be around people who actually acknowledge that it's cool to do stuff like that and it's fun. I want to actually have people in my life who do that and make a living at it besides Danica. unless it can be her and the kids, and that's plenty for me. We could have stayed here. My real wife and kids, who I come home to at the end of the day. No one else comes home to. It feels so bad to my body right now that I feel sick. My body feels sick, physically sick. I don't know why, but my body feels physically sick again from having to burn this fucking firewood to save money instead of turning the heat on, just because it's in the 50s outside. That's what this fucking place did to me. They don't want me to be athletic. They would hurt my legs if I try to be athletic. Because I have all these old people in my life. They're mean bullies. Push me around, look down on me from my looks. They try to pretend that I'm older than I am. It might as well be 50s anyway. People in their 70s tell me that. Not my mom. Not really my dad, but I'm not going to say. You know, they're bullies, and they want to feel like they're better than me and have an ego. And Al attacked my ego, and he tried to hurt my body. He tried to find places on my body to start hurting that he thought were a weak spot. He literally did that to me because he thought I was invincible. He couldn't believe how healthy I was. He thought I was like superhuman invincible, and I still didn't even have fucking abs enough for people to subscribe to my videos. You know, he found places on my body to attack that he thought would take down my ego and take down my but sometimes it was like okay to look attractive and young in front of him, and it still is. It still is. It's just, it's felt so bad. I don't know why. It's not his fault. He's so old that he's like, he could die any day or live 30 years or live 20 years. He could live 20 more years. He's like, his health is not that good. He feels like a raccoon sometimes. He's barely hanging in there. Like his face, like he like doesn't even know if he's like a, you know, like a human being. Like sometimes he's very, you know, he's old. You know, so he's just like, it hasn't been easy having older people as my peers. You know, because when I was a little younger in my 30s, I had a midlife crisis. Because I still hadn't gotten really famous yet, and I was like 29 or 30. I think I was 30 when I had a midlife crisis. And she wanted kids, and I wasn't ready for kids. And I wanted to actually get to be a famous person for my work that was real films that I could make the entire films and can now, or I know how to. I don't know if I'll get to again, but instead I moved to Virginia, where how can you ever be in the right place at the right time? I didn't know. And it's possible, you know, you can make 100,000 or 200,000 a year, 140,000 a year at it. I didn't get to do that. You really think I got to do that? No. Danica did. She kept the money for her and the kids, and still I was paying her money. She spent it all, except for like maybe she might have 100,000 or 80,000 or 20,000, 200,000. Yeah. she has like, she doesn't have that much. She spent most of it. It's too bad. I have more money than she does because I had to work harder, but she had to raise the kids. But I was willing to raise the kids the entire time, and she wouldn't let me. She wouldn't let me be there with it. I don't know why. She wouldn't. She doesn't want me to. She doesn't want me to be with them, or her mom and dad don't, or she doesn't want me to, or somebody doesn't want me to. Yeah. My dad maybe doesn't. I don't know. I don't know. So I'm gonna make him, ow. I wonder if this is even filming. Yeah. Don't. Hey, that would suck if I had to burn up in there and die. Might as well just jump on in. I'm a Jew from the Holocaust. No, I don't know. That would suck. It'd take too long to burn up a body that has all this water in it. It would suck. It would just hurt you. I wouldn't want anyone to go in here. Nobody does that here. That's why everyone's kind here. They don't kill anyone around here. But if it was instant, there's been like 5,000 times I would have chosen to die. If it was instant and there's finally no more suffering or no more feeling bad. Or whatever it's called. That doesn't feel, this problem that I've had, the problems in my life that I want to get better so it's okay again, have been ongoing for, one of them has gone on for 10 years, I think. And the other one has been a problem for 20 years, these big problems. And I couldn't make them okay again, I'm talking about it now, but I don't know, how do I make it go away? You can't just, I don't know. I don't know what to do. I want to do what's right and do God's work, even if it have to do a tremendous amount of God's work or go through whatever I'm supposed to do for God and Jesus. But I think now I'm supposed to just take it easy and feel like I get to feel okay. Probably try to put some kind of pants on. Or something, these are shorts. Maybe I can just feel okay. I don't see how I get to just feel okay. But when I can't go on anymore, sometimes I get to feel okay. But I don't know if it's not really my control, it's in God's control. But I think now is one of those times I might be able to feel okay. I have a feeling from God that it might be okay to feel okay now. I don't know. Felt like it was like, hey, you got to feel okay. This is warm. I don't see how they burned up those bodies in the Holocaust. How awful. How would I burn up my entire body? I don't know how to do that. That's too hard to kill my entire body. I've researched it 4,000 times or 3,000 times. I still don't know how to do it. It's too violent. It would hurt. It would. Can you imagine hanging yourself like all that violence, like to hurt your body, and it wouldn't die instantly. You'd be like, it wouldn't. I know. Hey guys, it's not a joke. I mean, it wouldn't feel good. It would hurt your body, you know, and you might live and be like, oh shit, hey. If God wants you to live, but even if you walked like that or something, that's pretty good. For some people who look that way, not you, but some people who look that way. I know somebody who walks like that, kind of a little different. But it sucks. God makes people the way they are for a reason, I guess. That's why I had to suffer and hope to get out of it and finally get to die 4,000 times, how bad it felt being alive. I don't know why it got that bad feeling. It just became the normal. And it wasn't a habit, but it was almost like just a bad habit for like a couple years ago. It was like that, and I didn't have to be depressed anymore, but I was so used to just going to that, hoping to die to get out of how bad it felt. But then it really came back. My depression went away earlier, I think. It's gone away here and there, but it's just... it feels like this hurt my body. Must have been something I said in the video. I said it made my body feel sick, and then it just really started to feel sick. I don't know, it's because it's cold out. Even the slightest bit of cold, like it's like at this house or something. My throat feels like... And I've been depriving myself of food. I'm still, it's been awful. It's been so hard to do for a few months, because this environment, it's like I can't really feel my best and biggest. It's like I'm afraid that politically and for other reasons they'll be like, yeah. And, so it's been that way for about 2 years here. So I want to move, and I think it's going to be really good. I think America will be really good. So I have something to look forward to. But here and there, it's okay here too. It just hasn't felt like really, really good, like everything's really okay. And I couldn't even say that. It felt like it's like somebody trying to give me cancer, like Danica or somebody. And she didn't really want me to get cancer. I don't know. She's gotten kind of mean sometimes. It's awful. And I think about her every day. And I think God still has us together. It's awful how she's been kind of mean. But she's not mean. I think that was God trying to make me think that I might get cancer, to see if I'd be really mean about it and start being like mean to people, like acting like I'd hurt them or do these mean ass things if they try to give me cancer. And instead, I just accepted it. So okay, and it was okay, and then all the worry went away, the bad feeling went away, and I didn't have cancer. I know I didn't have cancer. But to think that you have cancer does not mean you'll get it. It's a thought. It's a thought. And with me, I was just crazy that night because I drank too much caffeine. I'm gonna drink more caffeine and how, because sometimes you can sometimes you can get more energy and it's like a drug. But it's not, I've never done cocaine. I never really got to party that much, but I did get to party. So I probably, for how the Bible is, I probably did too. I probably shouldn't have. I would probably just incinerate my mouth or something for saying that in my thoughts. I gotta shut up. See, I can't open this because if smoke comes out, it'll hurt. It could hurt my breathing and make me sick. So I can't even check, or I can't even keep doing the firewood because if smoke comes out, you know, it's just, and it's not really cold enough. It's not really warm enough in here, I think, because I feel like sick to my throat a little bit. I don't know why. Probably wasn't having enough nourishment because I've been losing weight. I lost like 20 pounds or something, I think, or 10 pounds or 8 pounds, and gained some muscle, I think, but I don't know. And it's just been so bad feeling. So I don't know what to say, but it just feels alone and not that good. But I burned up the stupid witch book. That's good. And this kept it a little bit warm in here. But it's like, I'm just going to turn the heat on. I like it when it feels warm to my body and I don't feel bad. It got a little cold in here. I think it's colder than I think. I'm going to look outside. I think, because it's up high in a mountain, it's colder than I think, and I think I estimated, yeah, it's cold. I estimated the weather wrong. Yeah, it's cold. It feels like winter. 51, 52, 51, but it's right outside the door, which is warmer, so it's probably colder. So you have to think about this to get the, this was colder than I thought, so that's why it made me sick again tonight. Oh shit, and that thing's on, the cooler, I didn't know. I put the air conditioning on, no wonder. It made me sick. That's the only time I've done that. That's the second time I turned that air conditioning on this year. I just did it because it got so hot I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe before a little bit. I could breathe, but not as well. I couldn't literally, it wasn't that I literally couldn't breathe. It was difficult to breathe. So I turned it, and I couldn't get out of bed because my dad or somebody hurt my leg. Because I had to run in front of him. I got a thought from Danica, run right now. And I wasn't ready to run. I felt bad and heavier, and I just didn't want to run right then. And I had to, like, she said, I got the thought in my head, run right now. You have to run with all you have. Run as far as you get. And I could only, like, barely run up the steps and go, like, 20 feet or 30 feet. And it felt so bad, and I couldn't even I couldn't even do it. And then the next day, I have a friend who I hadn't been talking to as much, who, like, I think got angry at me, and he at one time told me, never stretch before you lift weights or before you work out a workout. Don't stretch first. You do the workout first, and then you calm down and stretch. When you stretch after a workout to relax the muscle. You stretch after a workout to relax the muscle. If you relax the muscle before you do a physical activity, that's the wrong way to do it. So I was aware of that, but for some reason, I did this stupid thing because I thought Danica was acting like a dog, and I didn't want to act like a dog because I felt it was wrong. But then I felt I missed the opportunity because I had been mean to these dogs, these dogs in the neighborhood, and that's really crept up on me. And this other big dog has been mean to me, and it's just been awful because I was afraid they were gonna hurt my cats, and I was too mean. But they're big now, and it's like, but I'm nice to them. I'm supposed to be. God wants me to act like they're lions, and I'm getting along with them somehow, even though they're kind of scary dogs, or wanted me to do that. But I'm not going to do it. I already missed the opportunity for it. I don't even care. I'm just going to leave, so I'm not around all these. And I'm not as into those big scary dogs. And they're okay, but they're not really scary. It's like you have to, they may or may not attack somebody or whatever. But I'm not too into them personally. And so Danica, I got the feeling, was acting like a dog, and I thought I was supposed to act like a dog too, but I missed the opportunity, and I felt like it was wrong for how mean I was to one or two dogs who have been really mean. So I guess it's okay, but I didn't act like a dog. And then instead of doing push-ups and muscle stuff, I started the workout, or just a little workout, just because I happened to be. I started the workout by doing yoga, which is something my sister does, my older sister, and she hurt her leg, and she's a little more like my dad, who hurt his legs a little more at his age, because he used to run, but they're not that bad. He just hurt his legs a little bit because he's in his 70s, and it's like somebody in their 70s might, their legs, like, if they ran, and he's like my older sister. My little sister doesn't hurt her legs at all. She doesn't deserve to, I think, because I think my older sister was mean to her one time, or acted like, she was going to start, my little sister was starting to lose weight and feel really good, and she told it in front of my older sister, who sometimes I can't really share things about because she might do some weird mean thing or something to try to prove her ways of always being the popular one. It's like, I don't know. She wasn't really always the popular one. She was made fun of. She was made fun of by the cheerleaders, so she can't even live in the same town because she felt made fun of at Cave Spring. So at the schools here. So, but she'll live nearby. She comes into town sometimes, and she was popular at school anyway. So she was like always like the popular one, but still they made fun of her. Like the blonde cheerleaders made fun of her, even though she had like a really good looking nose, like an upturned nose that was like just the right size and really good attractive looks. And guys thought she was like the best looking one, and she was popular. And I don't know, but she made me feel bad about my looks. Like she did something like, I don't know, but she's nice. She's really nice and good. But I don't see why she didn't just make her hair blonde if she thought it was that much of an issue. Stupid. And but my little sister doesn't hurt her legs at all. She has like really strong legs, and she's kind of big. And she has a young looking face, but she doesn't lift weights, so I can't get her into lifting weights to get skinnier, because then she'd be like this huge, really strong person and be wrong. And her legs are already so strong, there's nothing wrong with them. And my older sister, like, she was in the Army, and she jogged and didn't do weight training, so she hurt her legs a little more. And I think that happens when people jog. If they jog and they don't do strength training, because it's a high impact exercise. But people can swim and stuff to strengthen their body. Like my dad's been swimming. He swims sometimes in the summer, does other stuff to strengthen his body. But one day, instead of doing push-ups on the carpet, I did yoga. This was a few days ago. I hadn't done yoga in like 15 years, or I'd done it a couple times. I didn't even really do yoga, but my older sister does it, and I wasn't thinking about her. I thought I started doing a push-up, but I thought I'll do one of the it smells like a fart. That guy doesn't want to hear my voice. I think he sends a fart into my house. That guy down there. I smell it right now, or that dog. think it's that dog. It just came into my mouth. It's like they don't want to hear my voice. I fucking hate living here. I hate living here. I hate that fucking dog. I hate that fucking dog. I'd fucking incinerate its corpse if it fucking did that shit one more time. I have smelled farts into my fucking mouth thousands of times at this house from that fucking dog. I smell its fart into my mouth, not just with my nose, but in my mouth. He has done that to me thousands of times for 2 or 3 years, that fucking dog. Or that guy who lives down there. It's someone else's fart. That is not my fart. I hate living here. I hate living here. Fucking hate living here. At least you know the real reason why. That guy acts like it was because he's not Southern enough. Awful. I have fucking farts going in my mouth. And so I started doing yoga, which I never usually do. And because I stretched before work, and then I started doing push-ups, and somehow when I did push-ups, it tightened the tendons or something in my leg, and then it hurt my leg because I had ran too fast at my dad's house, and he noticed it. I know he noticed it, and I think it made him angry, but I don't know, because he doesn't like to see me really healthy when he has to suffer at his age. And somehow when I said that about my dad, it made the smell of the fart go away. Like they wanted, like that guy down there or the dog wanted to hear me blame it on my dad, blame it on my family, and then he feels like it's better. And I don't know. I don't know what's real or not of that stuff. If that's in my thoughts, just so tired of it. And so I was laying in a bed because my leg hurt. It's been so bad feeling for 2 years. My leg hurt, and then it started getting really hot, like later in the day. Like I have to watch what temperature it is, and I can't just turn on a heat pump and it's always the same temperature. It's really easy like it was when I was growing up. Like I had to install this heat. I had to put well, me and my friend put this in. These things, like, I don't want to talk about, he mostly did this one, but I know how it's put in. And it goes up to the roof. I call it a chimney, but it's called something else. I just don't feel like calling it a flue because that means somebody got the flu, but it's like a chimney. And it's been so bad feeling here. It's been so bad. It's like the medieval times of torment, of suffering. I fucking hate the way it feels. I want to go to California where it feels good again. You know, it's awful. The thoughts of Danica being trying to lust after and masturbate to every one of my close friends who I had, who I don't even want to think about them anymore. It's awful, feeling disgusting. Makes me want to die, humiliated that my wife, who God still has me together, was doing that with my closest friends. It made me want to die. I'm not a fag. I don't like the way it feels good to my private parts. I'm not a fucking goddamn faggot who likes the way it feels for her to be with another man in front of me. I'm not a faggot. I don't like to my ass. I don't like the way it feels to my dick for my wife to ever do that. I don't like that ever. It's not something I like to my dick. I'm not a little failure who like them feel getting whack his pud to ever being with another man. I hate those fucking people. I hate those fucking people. I hate those fucking people. Those guys who try to take someone else's woman because they're a faggot. Because they like the way it feels. Or those guys who try to go after some other woman's man, like, so it's like they're getting a little closer. They don't mind getting a little closer to that guy too, because they're a little bit gay. And also, it's not just that they're gay, it's just that they have bad morals to want to take somebody else's wife.
and some of my best friends, it feels like Danica has gone crazy after that goddess shit in the video that I filmed some goddess, you know, like I drank a goddess video, I drank a goddess drink of, it said the word goddess on it. I'm a Christian, I believe in God and Jesus. I know goddess is wrong, but they gave me the wrong fucking kombucha and that said goddess on it. And I had it in my house, and I was thirsty for that to lose weight. I was gonna be on a diet for days, so I'd finally not be a fat ass and felt like I wanted to kill myself because my videos weren't good enough. I'd finally have abs and look good enough and be strong. Now, who gives a fuck about this? Do you think I care about how strong this is? That was to have fucking abs. I don't give a fuck. It's because I found the secret to having abs is to do strength training. Then I started getting the definition of my stomach. That's why I found it works better and it strengthens the legs too. But it's sucked for 2 years. And so I had this drink that said goddess on it. And then because it said goddess, even though I said prayers before, it said, please God bless this, God bless this food in Jesus' name, amen. And I drank it anyway. I thought, if there was a goddess from it who showed up, I'd make her find Jesus. And I don't know why. Then this old scream queen who's not that old. She's not that old. She's in her 50s and still looks okay. But she was like very good looking a few years ago. And she looks okay. And then I talked to her a couple times. I tried to get her in my movie. She was in some kind of famous stuff. She used to be like a famous person who never went A-list, or still hasn't got. She's not gonna go. I don't know how she'd go A-list now. She might, but she's calming down in her old age. I think she felt almost near death or something. She was like barely hanging in there, and she had been just like Marilyn Monroe, and it was pretty scary. I don't know if she got into the occult to do it or what, but it was scary. I felt like a ghost, her spirit coming into the house, like it was really frightening. And then I felt like I got her to believe in God and Jesus more as a drinking the goddess drink. And then I felt like her presence, it felt like good and kindness, but I don't know if it's real or not. And she's alive. She's a real human being. She's like in her 50s. And she used to be a really famous well, not a really famous person, but you know, I don't want to say her name. And so then I thought, I called her up, I think, or texted her, because I still had her phone number because I was going to get her in my movie, and I didn't hear anything back. And then I was like, oh shit, I should. And then I imagined that Danica was the famous one because she already got kind of famous, so that was like exciting me that she was like the one that was kind of like Marilyn Monroe, maybe like a goddess. And then that was the problem, is that I acted like she was the one who was a goddess, and then I tried to, of course, have been trying to get her to believe in Jesus the entire time, relentless emails and trying to tell her she's gotten to be a better person. It's worked so far, but I don't know how much she believes in God and Jesus. So they've been all doing better since I found God and Jesus. And I went there like 8 times. And 2 other times I had to be hospitalized. I didn't make it there. It was not easy. And so, because I thought that because I got excited about pretending she was the goddess, so then I was like more with my real wife instead of fantasizing about the other lady. But I messed up a little bit and almost thought a little about the other lady first, and I pretended, it was really Danica who was excited about just the idea of being Marilyn Monroe-like and famous and attractive. And that's what I like, because that's what I worked at too, and I want my wife to do the same thing. But the Marilyn Monroe thing can be pretty bad.
So I think, but I don't know. It could be good. I know it can be good too. I know it can be good too. So it's, but in particular, it made like Danica, like she was a goddess. And then this awful stuff happened and she started lusting after all my friends and this really bad stuff. It made me want to die. It made me want to kill myself. I was laying in that bed and it made me feel so bad. She went after this guy who lives there, or this guy who lives there is married with a wife and kids. I don't see how that'll ever work with that woman. That woman would try to kill her and stuff, and you know, and they already have the family together. It'd be so awful, and she went after Al, an old man with a dick that looks that I think his dick looks like this, a dog's dick. I think it looks like the way this looks. Wait, I'm gonna wipe off this. I'm gonna wipe the screen off. This is the way I see. This is the way I think I've seen it here and there when he's taking a piss. He tried to run at me and pretend he was showing it to me. It looks like that. It looks like that. I think his penis looks like that. It's almost like a dog's. Like that. The way this looks from that angle, that's the way his penis looks, I think. But it might be smaller. It might be way smaller. I think it's not that big. But it looks like weird, like a dog's. And I was like, why would anyone? I But like, why would any human, like, I don't know. And I feel sorry for Al. I feel really sorry for him because he got heavy. And one time women didn't like him, but then he started being cool and popular. And these young women thought he was cool and he was dressing cool. And then out of nowhere, I think Danica tried to lust after him, of all people, my friend Al. And it almost devastated me. She went after him, went after my other friend, almost every friend I had that she knows. After that goddess drink, that one drink of a drink that said the word goddess on it. That's how bad the occult crap is. And it made me want to die. And it was bad, really bad. Because I don't know how you ever come back from that if, you know, because I get the thought of her every day, or had until this morning. It went away almost all morning. I haven't heard her as much today, but I've heard her today, like in my thoughts. We're still together, like God still has us together. I don't know why we still have to be together. I guess because He wants us married, and it's been like torment. Like I couldn't, like it's been torment that she's not there in real life. She's not there in real life with me. So, you know, it's awful thinking that she would do that to even Al after I drank that goddess drink. And, you know, because I want her and the kids in the normal way, how it was in real life. You know, it just hasn't felt like, I don't know what to show on camera. I'm trying not to show anything. And so I think about her, or thought about her every day. I think that's going to stop. I think that's a miracle. And I think she's really not going to be with me anymore, I think. Because after that, like after she lusted after every one of my friends that she knew, because I drank that drink that said goddess on it. And I imagined her being the goddess and got really excited about it. Like she was like Maroon famous and stuff. And and then so I don't know what to say. I feel better now. I don't feel sick anymore. But I want to drink something, but I don't want to drink a goddess drink. Unless I can just drink it. And something, no. I don't want to drink it. That kombucha is like sickening. I had this one. Trilogy. It was kind of like the Holy Trinity. I pretended it said Trinity, a Holy Trinity, but it wasn't. Then it looked like trilogy or something. I know. But it's not. It was okay. And then I got this Kroger kombucha. Which is good, but it has added sugar. Look how much sugar it had, and I didn't know it was drinking that much added sugar. 32% of the daily value has that many grams. This is added sugar. I was trying to do it to diet, and then I was drinking a bunch of this, and I couldn't lose weight, and I wasn't getting any protein. It kept making me sick, and I thought I was going to get cancer and die. And then it was just awful. And I thought, I don't know. And then so I had to eat food. So I might have to eat food now. I guess I'm not supposed to show anything. There it was. He's a clown, rodeo clown, nerd. No. See, that's who you are. That's all right. It's all right. Where your soul doesn't make any sense to me. And if you say that, yep, all right, you can stay. Then they're like, fuck you. Not cool about like nothing was wrong all along. Like the torment wasn't really there. I can't wait to fucking leave. Be in the sun. Sunscreen on so I don't look old as shit. Like Will Ferrell when he was 32. And not Will Ferrell. Fuck you. Out of here. So I finally don't have to feel bad, and I get my wife and kids, if she is my wife anymore. I can drink down this sugary drink. Really sugary drink. I don't want to get sick from it. I'll drink it later, maybe. I need protein, but I just don't have an appetite. I don't know what to eat. I'm supposed to eat something, maybe to keep my body warm. Turn the heat on. It's a miracle I can afford the heat. I already had this one on. I just turned that on after that wood burning stove or whatever. I'm telling the truth about it. Put this on. See, this is where it gets expensive because it's heating this kind of big room and this and who, you know, it's been $1,300 a month and sometimes wearing coats indoors. You know, it's I've been sick 100 times in the winter for about 3 years. 100 or 120 times from having to do the temperature here. It's like has to be just warm or just cold or something. And just the past few days, I haven't felt sick until fucking tonight when I was filming this video. It's made me feel sick again. I don't know why. It got cold and I didn't turn the stupid heat on. And if I put the one in this room on, it's like a little too expensive because it keeps this. I don't know, but maybe my body isn't that bad. I don't know. And now I'm having trouble walking to here. Well, not really. Because it's like Al said, it's not his fault. He could die at any moment. You know, it's all he can do at that age. But he might live 20 years. I don't know. Or 10. I don't know. Or 30. Who knows? He might die any day. I could die any day. I'm probably not going to. God knows. Maybe I couldn't die any day because God knows it more than I do. I'm just a man who sins, and doesn't know. I don't even want to show that floor. I don't know what to show. Not me. I'm trying to show a black screen. Sure, there, sit down. What am I going to eat to not feel sick? And it's like so cold in here. I bet it was 48 degrees out there. I bet it was 48 degrees. That's why I didn't know, and I had to keep it the right temperature. And any little fucking thing is like, it made me sick if I didn't get the temperature just right. This big house, big home, whatever you're in. See, this is right next to the warm house. This is right next to the warm house. And it says 51 or 52, 51 or 52. So I think if this is here, it's probably more like 40 something. So it's pretty cold. And I didn't know because this says the weather in Roanoke is 56. But the altitude here is higher. It's like a little higher than regular Roanoke. Sometimes it's warmer here, sometimes it's colder. And right now it was a little colder, and it's just been, these winters have been awful. These winters have been awful. This is a vegan thing I ate. I can't think of cleaning it up too much right now. I feel like I'd like fall down. But I have to anyway, just couldn't get that cup right then too. I don't know why. So I have to just do stuff like this, like keep it in showing condition or whatever. Stupid ass countertop. This countertop is so old. Look at it. People are like never happy enough with it. It's like, this is the cheapest ass countertop there is. This is one of the worst countertops it could be, other than it's functional and it doesn't, it's not that old that it's falling apart. And these cabinets are not that good. These cabinets, look at them. Do you have any idea how low quality these cabinets are? They're probably worse than yours. Whoever I'm talking to with that, you probably have a better countertop than I do. I'm just saying you likely do. There might be more stuff on it and more mess on it because I had to clean the place. But, I can barely walk to here to put the top of this peanut butter on, and my toes feel cold, and my toes hurt from being cold. It just sucks. This sucks. This really sucks. It's okay. It's just not how I like being alive. It's not, I'm not afraid of it. It just fucking feels bad. And why would you want to feel bad? Why would I be a coward for not liking it if, you know, one wanted to actually feel good about being alive. I would do this for my kids. I'd suffer like this for my kids, of course. You know, if I actually got to be around, well, I'm having to do it now. I made enough money where this is just, this cup, there's something wrong with it. I couldn't use that coffee. It's not, I don't know. I've had to save money. Ugh. It feels so gross. But they've been calling they've been pretending that I said sucrose is bad. It's like something I said about Danica's mother and father that they eat too much added sugar, and they pretend that I think that sucrose is bad. Like they pretend that they pretend I have a lack of knowledge of medical science to where they pretend that I think sucrose is not in fruit when I know it's in fruit. I knew it was in fruit. Sucrose is in fruit, and these are the only fucking fruits these motherfuckers have let me have, and I had to save money on groceries, and this is the fucking fruit. They've been trying to act like I said sucrose is shit. They've been giving me a mouse dropping and to say that it was sucrose. This one's kind of okay. I think if I cut that thing out of it, I can like eat. This is so fucking poor to save money. And I can just get groceries right now. I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. Fuck you. Get some fucking $800 of groceries right now, you fuck. Sorry. Shit ass search marquee shit. Sorry. I'm not gonna be killed by that fucking guy with an old ass apple. So he can try to give me cancer while he fucking doesn't work at his health and thinks that white refined sugar, he thinks that white refined sugar is in the same category of sucrose as fucking sucrose from a fruit. Fuck you! Shit. I'm not gonna eat his fucking poor ass shit that he pretends I'm poor and I worked harder than he has his entire fucking life and he's fucking 72 years old. I'm only 45. Fuck that bastard. He wants me to die of cancer. Sorry. This is not how I usually am. This is not how I am. I shouldn't even, you know, I'm not gonna let it kill me. I messed up. I was really mean to him. Like a fucking huge ass 400-pound beast of muscle with sharp teeth. Because I thought he was trying to kill me with his poor ass, old ass fruit and apples and shit to try to pretend that he thinks he knows more than me because I'm almost a personal trainer. I can be a personal trainer within 3 days. I've already started the course a few years ago. I'm literally like a personal trainer. I've studied health and fitness and done it since the 90s, and he thinks that because he likes eating his conglomerate grocery store food with all this added sugar and processing and shit, he thinks he can just eat with the money of how much it costs because I keep on living longer because I can stress you out by taking your kids away from you. So no matter how hard you work at your health, I'll fucking invite spirits into me to empower me to have millions of dollars. So he lets the devil into his body. The horrific man of horrors. fuck away from me. He wants me to die. Killing duck. I got the thought from him one time. Killing duck. I got the thought, I'll get cancer. He said I'll get cancer like 30 times. I've gotten the thought from him with all his heart. Like, I got the thought. He said, but I don't know if it's just in my thoughts or not. This is awful. This is really bad. This is not the way to forgive others. This is not the way to forgive others. What can I eat without it looking like he's pretending to fucking poor? Because he thinks everything's about rich or poor. Not everything falls into those categories. In fact, most people never think about rich or poor. For richer or poor, he chose richer only and didn't give a fuck about poor, so he's not with his wife anymore, and it caused him suffering. I'm sorry. I don't know. I feel so bad. Now that almost hurt my heart, because one of them has a hurt heart. Because I was mean to him. Maybe it hurt his heart for me to say that mean ass shit to him. Because they have like hurt hearts. I don't have a hurt heart. There's like nothing wrong with my heart. But it hurt. It felt like a little pain in my heart to say that shit. Because I've been trying to save money and I don't know what food I have left. But this, like, I'm supposed to get new groceries. And this shit, Noosa. Kill yourself with a Noosa? Or is it good? No, this is good. This is good, I think. I don't know. This is this rice that I don't have time to cook it right now. Or I could, but I'm hungry right now. This is walnuts my mom gave me. I don't know if I can even eat that. This feels so bad. Like minimalistic, like I'm poor. It feels like shit. Fucking tired of it. I don't want to live this way. I don't want to live like a poor, sick person. That's how it felt. A sick, poor person. Look at these groceries. This is something my mom gave me. This does not have protein. How is this going to make my body feel better when I lift weights and I need more protein? I can eat it, but I don't know how much protein it has. It doesn't have any protein. It's like poor. Somehow they're trying to make it like I'm poor. This is the mood of poor. For some reason, poor all of a sudden. I don't know why. I'm trying to act like I'm poor. Because the way they did things was like, they thought if you have money and you have a brand new house and everything's like brand new, and then they think everything's good, and then they'll make it, everything's okay. No, hell's not real. This is not brand new. I painted that floor instead of having a carpet installed, or instead of having tile installed. I had to do all this work for only the cost of paint. That's what this is. You can do it to almost any home. You paint the floor. I just painted the floor. It happened to be cement, so it looks a little better quality because of cement. But I guess you could paint any floor with oil paint, but then I had to breathe it in. I don't really want to breathe. It didn't hurt me that I'm aware of. I don't know. So I painted the floor. It saved money. I only had to pay for paint. I didn't have to pay for new countertops either. This is an old countertop, probably from the 60s when the house was built. I just painted it with oil paint, and it redid the countertops and made them pretty good. What is this? That's plaster. I had to plaster that ceiling earlier today. I found a little flaw in it, problem in it. I I don't know what happened. A crack should have been. I don't know what happened. It must have gotten water earlier, and so I had to patch that. I guess I could sand it, but I don't know. So I got plaster from that on there. I'm just gonna wipe it off or whatever. Whatever. I hate those fucking how-to videos. They barely got any views. Somebody who writes original narrative screenplays in movies, like movies that are in theaters. Why would I give that much of a fuck? It's okay that I have how-to videos that got a couple million views for one and however many views, 600,000 or so for the other one. You know, how much money did that make? $2,600? Maybe the most $4,000 for all my how-to videos I've ever fucking filmed. $4,000? And those are some of my biggest videos on my channel. Who cares? Why would I pursue that when it made $4,000 in fucking 15 years? Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? 15 years, $4,000. Let's do the math on that. That's a few fucking $100 a year. It's like Al going to his restaurants for a few weeks or something. It's Al going to his restaurant for a few weeks that year or something. I don't know. For 15 years. For 15 years. So it's like him going to his restaurants for 1 year or 4 months. No, it's like a few years of him going to his restaurants. That's kind of good. Who gives a shit? Might as well die. I have 5 people in my family. I have me, Danica, and the kids. How is that gonna pay for all of us? If in 15 years, that's all that my how-to videos made. You know, it's just, you know, I don't know. I don't know if you know. I do know, but I don't know. I could try to act like I'm poor. Like for some reason the word poor showed up and I got pissed off at him. I got angry at her. Somehow reacting like I'm poor. I don't know why, and I got angry and yelled at him, really making mean, scary, and mean or angry or whatever. Why is it like poor for some reason? Why did you even care? Whoops, I already yelled at him. I made a mistake. Who cares? I made a mistake by not forgiving him. I yelled at the man who was fear-driven and thought he was poor. And so he made his life about being rich. He made his soul about being rich, maybe. Or his life about being rich. And I had a chance to forgive him right then. And accept that everything started looking poor in here for some reason. My old fruit, the stuff started looking poor. And I could have just, I didn't know why, but I was supposed to forgive him, and God wants us to forgive people. And instead, I yelled at him and acted like a big mean beast and said, "Fuck you," and it was really mean. And it probably made him have almost no chance of ever accepting the poor thing as not even a problem, and who cares? Like that's how he's supposed to do. And I didn't forgive him right then. So now that may cause me even more suffering when I already feel sick from the cold. Or a little bit sick. Not really sick, but like, I don't know. It's not that bad. I don't know how bad it is. I've already been to the doctor to check it once, and he said it wasn't cancer. And the dentist checked me for cancer twice. They said, no, it's not cancer. And I checked myself once with some tools that I ordered in the mail to look down my throat to see if I have cancer. No, I didn't have any. I looked up pictures of it, what it looked like. I didn't have any in my throat. So I don't have cancer. I don't know why it made my throat feel bad 100 times from this cold, from having to get the weather, the climate, not the weather. You can't change the weather really. Well, my son maybe could have, but we could dream really huge. I think, changed things. We were able to do amazing things. You know, he by the time he was 12 years old, I think he had 400 million views. You know, he was famous and still is kind of famous. You know, we could do amazing things together that God helped us to do, but I already yelled at him like a big mean beast because I thought he was trying to say I was poor, because they're just trying to act better than me to say that he works harder than me because he has to go and do his job every morning, or thinks he has to. And I got angry because I looked at this fruit, and this was the only fruit that I had that looked good, and it had a cut in it, and I acted like I was trying to save it. And that guy down there did something to throw dust into my mouth through that. I think he threw dust in my throat right then to make me cough because he didn't want to hear my voice talking. I think, unless I'm crazy, unless I'm really crazy. Unless I'm really crazy. That would make that man feel better, who I yelled at when I thought he said I was poor and how rich he was. Why would he do that to me? So I had a chance to acceptance in him. That's how it looked. Who cares? But it also felt sick, and it felt really bad. It could have been so beautiful in California with my wife and kids. And instead I yelled at him really mean and messed up. And you forgive others, these amazing things can happen. Really good, beautiful, good things. I can't even say the word beautiful because I called my wife's face and looks beautiful so many times, and she thinks it's, I don't know if it's her that thinks it or it's just because I made a mistake. I call it physical beauty, beautiful. And that was a mistake. And so I've had to feel bad about that a bunch. Because what's really beautiful is what God created, the earth the world that he created when it's not cold. And the devil didn't mess it up. The devil messed it up a little bit, but it's not that bad.
I'm gonna go by. That's what the radio clown Ricky Ryder ding dong says here, and ding dong day, and try to make you embrace. Who would? I don't know. Neither one of us. Praise God, praise Jesus. I gotta go. Should I keep filming this? Should I keep filming this? Ding down. Ding down. Should I keep filming this? Ding down. Ding down. Should I keep filming this? Ding down. Deep down. In your soul. In your soul. Deep down. In your soul. In your soul. In your soul. Deep down. In your soul. In your soul. Your actual soul that God created. 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 Praise God, praise God created. Praise God that God created. Your actual soul that God created. Praise God, praise God created. Praise God that God created. Your actual soul. God, praise God. Praise God, praise Jesus. Praise God, praise God. I do da dee da dee da. 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 I do da dee da doo. Step step dee doo doo. Check check doo. I do da dee da doo. Step step doo. Eating all the rich food, feeling really healthy and good, yo. Eating all the rich food, healthy and good, man. Healthy and good, yo. Eating all the rich food, healthy and good, man. Healthy and good, yo. That's healthy even though it's not rich at all. Because rich and poor ain't what it's about, y'all. Leave me alone, man. I ain't doing this. Yeah. Rich and poor ain't what it's about. Jungle sometimes. Man. I ain't doing this. Yeah. Rich and poor ain't what it's about. Jungle sometimes. Man. I ain't doing this. Yeah. It's like a jungle sometimes. It makes you wonder how they kept from going under. Because I didn't. I had a privilege, a white privilege, with the head to me, even though I suffered. And made friends with the beat. Friends with the beat. Why? Get me away. Why? Back to my family. Get me away. I ain't never rallied around my family. Why? Back to my family. Get me away. I ain't never rallied around my family. Why? Back to my family. I'll rally around your family. I'm a black man. I'm a black man. I'm a black man. I'm a black man. I'll rally around your family. I'm a black man. I'll rally around your family. I'm a black man. I'll never rally around anyone's family. I'm a black man. I'll never rally around anyone's family. I'm a black man. I'll never rally around anyone's family. Don't ever rally around my family again. Don't ever rally around my family again. Don't rally around. Don't ever rally around my family again. Don't rally around. Praise God. Praise Jesus. Jesus is the only one who rallies around our family and God. Jesus is the only one who rallies around our family and God. Praise God. Praise Jesus. Jesus is the only one who rallies around our family and God. Praise God. Praise Jesus. Jesus is the only one who rallies around our family and God. Praise God. Praise God. Praise Jesus. Praise God, 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 praise Jesus. Get a job. Get a
Get a job. Get a job. Get a job. Praise God. Praise Jesus. Praise God. Praise Jesus. What job should I work at? Praise God. Praise Jesus. What job should I work at? Praise God. Praise Jesus. What job should I work at? Praise God. Praise Jesus. Oh, by the way, you still didn't get your kids back since 2017, but go to work more. Oh, by the way, you still didn't get your kids back since 2017, but go to work more. Oh, by the way, you still didn't get your kids back since 2017, but go to work more. Oh, by the way, you have $250,000 in cash from 20 years fucking suffering and hard labor until you felt sick tonight from how cold it was. Years fucking suffering and hard labor trying to save money on the heat tonight. But go to work some more, because you need more money, don't you? Trying to save money on the heat tonight. But go to work some more, because you need more money, don't you? Trying to save money on the heat. Since you're not with your kids anyway, you might as well fucking work in some random thing. Since you're not with your kids anyway, you might as well fucking work in some random thing. And this one goes out to whoever said get a job. You might as well fucking work in some random. Fuck you! And this one goes out to whoever said get a job. You might as well fucking work in some random. Fuck you! And this one goes out to whoever said get a job. You might as well fucking work in some random. Fuck you!